All right. Today we're gonna be making this ugly desktop much better because Raspberry Pi's desktop by default is possibly the most hideous Linux distro desktop I think I've ever seen. Just looking at this, I'm like, what were they thinking? Like, ugh. So let's fix that today. We can do a variety of things to fix that. I probably won't keep this after I'm done. So this is more of just a for your information kind of stream to see the different ways, because I like to start from a server level and slowly build. But there's nothing wrong with this way. This is just kind of taking existing tools and repurposing them and making things look good. That's the big thing. So, how's it going all? See some familiar faces. Tenmei, Aram, how y'all doing? Man, we're gonna have a fun stream today though. So we'll get into it. Let me switch my input over here and jump right in. I am using a Raspberry Pi 400. This guy, which here, let me go full screen. So this guy right here is what I'm gonna be using. It's about $100. It's probably the most powerful Raspberry Pi. I was real big into the Jetson Nano for a little bit, but I'm not making that image anymore because they discontinued the entire model by the time I finished. So be it. So be it. But let's make this look good. Let's make this look pretty. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. So right here is our stock default. What do we do here? We got a couple different things. First off, what are we using? Let's do a neo fetch on this and see what the stock defaults. Oh my gosh, this thing. We are using LXDE with open box window manager. Pretty small, but it does have over 2,000 packages installed. This is a 4 gigabyte memory module for this, so there is an 8 gig Raspberry Pi that would probably be a little bit better suited for this. Disk free -H, DF space -H gives you how much free disk space you have in human readable format. We are using a 16 gig disk space, and we have roughly 7 of that available. About half of it's available. So that's what we're using today. I hate this entire setup, like with a burning passion. Makes me want to wipe it out. But we don't necessarily have to do that. KDE obviously on this is kind of what a lot of people would default to. It's not a bad option, but for having only 16 gigs of space on the desktop, it's not a great option because it's going to eat up almost all the space, which is less than ideal, let's just say. This is going to be a Debian base, so even though it's Raspberry Pi, typically Raspberry Pis are built on Debian. If we do, let's see, uname SR, Linux 5.4. Let's first update the packages here. The biggest thing with the packages, let's take a look at Raspberry Pis typically always use apt, much because it's Debian based. Let's go into etc, which is where most of the configuration for system programs will be. We'll go into apt, and we're just going to do a listing of our sources. I want to see what sources.list has. It doesn't even have Vim. It's not even an operating system before it has Vim. I kid, but not really. We'll get that going. We could do some window management today. I've been doing a lot of BSPWM, as you guys have seen for the past year. I've seen Awesome Window Manager is another good one. Window managers are nice for this type of setup because they practically are nothing. Like i3 is like 20 megs. I think BSPWM is even less than that. I think it's like 15 megs. Xmonad, DWM, I think those are like 4 or 5 megabytes. We're not talking gigs, we're talking megs here. I mean, it's so minimal. So that's the nice thing about window management. But we can also go a different way as well. It doesn't matter. We could also make LXDE look a lot better too. Just the stock settings are just awful. So I think we'll probably first make LXDE look not terrible, and then we'll go from that into something a little bit more complex, like a window manager maybe. We'll see what we have for time. So first, let's do a sudo vim sources.list. And what we're looking at, here's the official repository. We're using a Buster, which is a pretty darn old release at this point. I mean, I think it is for Debian. Some people are like, well, there's nothing wrong with Buster. There isn't. But I don't want to use that. I'm going to probably switch this to SID, which is the bleeding edge of Debian, which I don't even know if we can call it bleeding edge in Debian, because even the bleeding edge of Debian, I feel like it's a little old. It's like still like 6 months old. So I mean, I don't think of it if there's testing, but I don't really even like to use testing. I think you either I feel like you either go with a full stable release, which is about 2 years old, like Buster I think is about 3 years old at this point, and then or you go to the edge, you go to the development cycle, which is SID. So we're gonna go SID today, but I just kind of want to walk through walk through this thought process with you. So we're just gonna do this sudo apt update, and then we probably should have like 1,000 packages or something crazy. Oh, is there not even a SID Raspberry Pi release? Oh, okay. If we're not using SID, that's okay. There is no SID version of Raspberry Pi. What comes after Buster? I can't even remember the last release. Let's see, I'm gonna check chat. Hey, Zero Linux tweaks coming to Pi 4. Why not Arch Titus? I'll have to take a look, Zero. Do you have a Raspberry Pi Spin? I'll definitely check it out. Oh, Obsidian's so great. I still use Obsidian daily for my notes app. It's amazing. Bullseye, that's it. Thank you, chat. Bullseye is the latest, and I'm pretty sure they gotta have a Bullseye release, right? We still have a couple Busters in there. Let me look at the sources.list .d directory after this. This is gonna have like 1,000 packages, probably 2,000 packages. Yeah, 1,628. Quite a bit of packages upgraded. Let's go to .d. Let's do Ras.Pi list. Let's switch this out to Bullseye as well. Oh. Let's go do that as sudo, please. Let's go sudo and Bullseye. Yeah, well, that should be good. All right, now, because we don't want any of these, we want them all to say Bullseye. None of them, you can't mix and match these at all. Everything needs to be Bullseye if we're gonna go do this. And then let's do an upgrade. We'll do an in-place upgrade. The one thing I'm worried about is my free space. But let's see how this in-place upgrade goes. So this will take our Raspberry Pi to a little bit more up-to-date repos. The stock one being Buster, everything's going to be 2 to 3 years old, and that's probably fine for someone just starting out, but for me, it's just like, oh man, it's like going in a time machine and then having to deal with old tools, and I don't like that. So that's the one thing I don't like about using an older release. It's also why I really don't like a lot of Linux distros that are forks of major branches, because a lot of times the maintainers don't keep up to date with the main branch. The main branch just keeps going because it actually has support, and a lot of these offshoot Linux distros, the guy running them just stops maintaining it, and then it just stays on an old release. So that's why a lot of times I always preach, hey, stick with the main branch if you can, and do it. Now, That's not always the case, but it's just what I found when you stick with something, because a lot of times when I install something, I want it for years, and I don't want to be having to guess, hey, is this distribution going to be around in a year or two? Is that person going to get hit by a bus, or are they just going to get tired of Linux and move on? I don't know. So that's why I stick with main branches, and I typically stay with like a Debian or an Arch or a Fedora, because I know they'll exist 5 years from now. The other thing about you should know about using like a Raspberry Pi like I'm using today and doing this, everything's in ARM, so everything's compiled in ARM. So if you do a repo, it has to be an ARM repo. You can't install regular x86 packages on this system. So everything needs to be in ARM format. If it's not in ARM format, you need to compile it into ARM format. And we might run into that. I think Rofi, I like to use it for start menu kind of thing. And Rofi by default, I think, is pretty darn old on Debian. And Debian ARM, we'll see what the Raspbian team has put together. But if it's like a .5 release, I'm going to just be like, yeah, we got to compile our own. Which I have a feeling that's exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, Peter, I'm definitely going to try DWM in the future. Is this the... Oh, this is the 32-bit version of ARM64. Guys, I don't even think this will work for what I want. I think this is going to be slow as... running everything in 32-bit. I think we stop this, actually, and do a full switch over to 64-bit ARM release. Now, there's a couple different things we could do here. I could have been, yeah. Instead of SID, I could have put unstable. That's a good point, Patrick. Thanks for pointing that out. This right here, yeah, I agree. Probably the Raspbian team has an unstable release, and they don't use SID. If you hadn't guessed yet, Debian likes to name everything off of Toy Story. So, Buster, that was the dog. Bullseye, that was the horse in there. You had Jessie, which was, obviously, all these were Toy Story characters, which I don't know what their obsession with Toy Story is, but I could definitely see a more logical, like, unstable type release. Going full neckbeard, you betcha, Zero, man. We'll see. I always make it about week 2 of the growing of the beard, and then I always end up going, I just can't get past the itchy stage. I'm gonna give it a shot. We're going full neck beard though, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It also is coming extremely white. Extremely white. Like, dude, I'm not that old, but it's all white. Dude, by the time I turn like 45 or 50, I don't think I'm going to have an ounce of color in any of my hair. It's just going to be completely platinum. Oh. But yeah. I'm on about day 5. Day 5's pretty rough. Not gonna lie. Yeah, so we're trying to upgrade the Pi, make it look a little prettier today. And then I think we'll wipe this out after we're done with these modifications. This is the stock 32-bit that came pre-installed on the Raspberry Pi 400. Not a big I'm not impressed. Let's just say the least. The stock defaults for this is meh. But yeah, Phoenix, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, thanks, man. It's more if I can I can keep myself from scratching it. Uh Oh man, I had something happen last night too, by the way. Why this updates. I've been playing, I think, Final Fantasy 11, like an old school MMO that's like super complicated and whatnot. And man, I rage quitted, and I am so done with that game. I had a group, and I wiped the entire group. I killed them all by attacking the wrong monster. It was awful. But I immediately canceled my subscription after that, and I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I need to get back to work anyways. Was a good distraction for about a week or two, but it's taking up too much of my time. uh, Making a tweak tool for Raspberry Pi. Well, really? All right. Yeah, no, Zero. I'm going to check that out. The Pi 400 and the Pi 4 are still amazing pieces of equipment that are in mass production today, which is really rare, especially in this form factor. This is about $100. $100, fully functional computer. It's ugly out of the box, I'll say that. And it's running 32-bit, which is obviously a mistake. So we'll do some basic tweaks that anybody can do right after this. And then I think we're going to do a complete nuke and pave and just start from scratch and build up a good distro. Because I don't like the foundation that the Raspberry Pis are using. I think they're the Raspbian repos and stuff. We'll see how it goes. I mean, it just depends on what's available. I know Arch does have some really good one, and Arch has been around in the ARM space for a long time. Like, before I even was using anything in Linux desktop, I was using Arch Linux ARM for, I was wiping out those Seagate external drives with the network connection. Because they came with like some really terrible like proprietary stuff. I think Buffalo also had some like awful Terra stations, which have like, again, a bunch of like really junky, hobbled together utilities on them, and I'd wipe them out. I think I was having to do like SSH in, and then I'd wipe it out or unlock it, and then put Arch Linux ARM on it, because Arch Linux ARM has been around for more than 10 years. And I would use that because it was so lightweight, and you could toss it and be able to do a lot of things with very little space, because a lot of times you had less than 100 megs worth of working space on those awful systems from Seagate and Buffalo. But interesting that you could do that, and I'm sure we could throw Arch Linux on this and get some more up-to-date packages, as I don't know how up-to-date a lot of these Raspbian packages will be. PyKVM uses Arch. Yeah. PyKVM's pretty dang amazing. I think Sparky, he's probably not in chat, but I know he was using PyKVM, and he's just like, it's amazing. You have to check out PyKVM if you're going to do it. But yeah, the default distro here for Raspberry Pi, I can't believe they just didn't. So while this is going, let's see what we can do just with the base settings, like appearance settings. This is so awful. I don't think I've ever really done much with LXDE, but what do we have? There's really not much, like opacity. Yeah, obviously you can change the background, make that a little bit better. You can go very large. Woo, blow that way up. Man, it's pretty bare bones on the appearance settings. Large screens, medium screens. Okay, well. Okay, that's not much. Not much going on here. Maybe I lied and the defaults just have to be scrapped. I mean, it works, I guess. But Lord, is it ugly. Whew. I guess it gets the job done, but... What kind of file? Yeah. Man. I don't think you can get any more basic than that. We're not even going to bother with this. It's going to take forever on this Pi, and it's just not worth it. It's 32-bit. We're going to nuke and pave. I can't. I just can't. I can't. It's going down. We're shutting this guy down. We're going to the other desktop because ugh. Just ugh. All right. 1 second. Let me switch. We're just going to switch over to the main desktop here. Was it number 1? Yeah. Oh, no. That's my ugly face. Was it number 3? Nope. Number 4? Yeah. That was it. Need to fix that, don't I? All right, let's mirror. Let's mirror that. All right, let me grab this, and we'll do some stuff. Okay, so I need. What did I do with that? I had an SD card reader. What did I do with it? Leave it to me to lose the SD card reader. Where are you at, SD card reader? No. Ah, there we go. Found it. So, if you're curious, this little anchor, focus. We're gonna use that to read the SD card. I'm gonna plug it in over here. We're gonna get on the desktop, and then we're gonna change some stuff. Add removal for Cortana OneDrive from the Windows Toolbox. I don't think I ever did, just because it caused so many problems for folks that I just kind of took it out. All right. Would you be okay with me forking your Fedora type? Yeah, Phoenix, go for it, man. That's why I make those GitHub scripts. Fork it. It's MIT license, so you can do whatever you want with my stuff. I don't care. You can close source it, you can open source it, you can do whatever you want. I leave it to you. I'd prefer, someone to do a commit after you finish and just say, hey, here's something cool, and then just kind of commit it back. But, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Like I said, I leave it all there for people to do whatever they want with. So you can take any project I make, and it's all open source. You can do whatever your heart desires. You want to go make money on it? Go do it. I don't care. That is up to you. So what am I doing? Oh yeah. I wanted to try like Fedora ARM, because I've been really obsessed with Fedora lately. And I haven't seen anybody ever run Fedora on Arch Linux. And I know they have Fedora servers running ARM, which is pretty darn cool. So we could do like a full-blown Fedora workstation. That'd be pretty cool. I kind of want to do that. Let's just do that and see what that looks like. That'd be fun. Raw XZ file. Yeah, we'll download this guy. And it says 3.8 gigs, which is kind of interesting. Regular Fedora workstation uses GNOME, which I hate GNOME. We're not using GNOME. It's just not going to be a great experience either on Raspberry Pi. We could also just do a minimal server install. That gets tricky though, I'm gonna say. Fedora server's pretty bare bones, and getting like even networking working is kind of a chore. And then there's Arch. Let's go Let's see what they have. Raspberry Pi, Arch, Linux. Because I know they have a really good ARM. Platforms. So you got the Raspberry Pi 4, which is probably what this is a 400, but I'm pretty sure the 4 and 400 are close to the same board. Not quite, but pretty close. I think the chip in them is okay. So we could probably use this if we wanted to. So you have the traditional ARM v7, which I think this version though is not 64, and then we have the Arch 64 ARM version, which is probably what I'd want to use. I'm kind of tempted to just use the Arch 64 mainline here. I think I'm gonna let me get over to chat here. XFCE is fine, but I think I want to just I want to see what we can do and see what it like feels like on a Pi 400, because I want to see how laggy KDE would be on such a minimal system. That's the big thing here. But I'm gonna ask you guys here 1 second. I'm gonna just create a poll real fast. What base for Raspberry Pi? So we'll have Arch Linux. We'll have Fedora. I'm not even going to give you the option to do Debian because everyone does Debian on Arch Pi. That's where the official Raspbian repos are. I kind of want to just kind of go outside the box today. So we'll see what base ones we have. I'm curious to see what folks choose for the Raspberry Pi here. What was the issue with Raspberry Pi OS? It's just using some old repos, and it also uses 32-bit by default, which is less than ideal. And I want some little more up-to-date packages. I want this to look good, but I also want it to be very snappy. So that's kind of where I'm at on this. I've never actually done... I think I've done Arch Linux a couple times on Pi, but I've never actually done Fedora on Pi, which is everything's ARM based. Nothing is x60 or nothing's x86, so we don't have any of that architecture. So everything's ARM based when we're doing this. So we get to choose whatever we want for our base. It's just what are we gonna choose? Ooh, it's a neck and neck race. It's 50-50 right now with 100 votes in. Oh, Arch Linux just took the lead. Fedora was leading. Man, this is a close call. Will the Arch fanboys win out? Or will the Fedora fanboys win out? Oh, man, Arch is starting to take a little bit bigger lead here. It's at 53%. We got 200 viewers, so about 150. I think we'll cut off the poll. So we got about 14 more votes coming in, and then we end the poll. Oh, dude, it's back to 51%. We got 8 more votes. Oh, no, it went to 50-50. Oh, man, Right as I was about to end the pull, it's at 50-50. No way. All right, the first operating system that comes out in the percentages, I'm ending the poll. So it's at 50-50, whether that's Arch or Fedora, whichever one ends up with more percentages on the next go, I'm going to close it. Oh. Oh, man. Wow, that was a nail biter. Wow. That was so close. Fedora by 1 vote. Yikes. Oh my gosh. Wow. That was close. Yeah. I mean, I love Arch, especially in the ARM realm. Like I said, I think Arch is a little more mature than Fedora in the ARM realm, but we're about to find out. I've never done Fedora install on Raspberry Pi. I don't even know if it'll work. So we'll take a peek here, guys. That was wild. Let's see. Where are we on? This is the raw image. We'll extract that. Should the image be called by 1 vote? It should. It should. That was so close. Like, Arch was ahead for like half of that. I mean, it was really, really close. Some people were like, the voting was fake. It was rigged. I don't know if you can rig YouTube polling. Maybe the people at YouTube are like, no, Arch can't win this. But you are correct there, Santiago. 50 plus 49 does not equal 100. That's YouTube logic. It says it's still extracting here. Let's see how that goes. Which is kind of strange because I think I'll just leave it. Don't really have much of a progress bar to show. For a cutting edge gaming system, please don't. Actually, Peter, my favorite gaming system, like let's say you're a hardcore gamer. I need to make a video about this. Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think I have anything to. Let's pull up Obsidian. Did I not? Okay, there it goes. Yeah. I actually wanted to make something. I think that reminds me, best gaming distro. I think I'm gonna recommend, instead of like SteamOS, Arch Linux, or anything, I'm actually changing everything to Nobara for gaming on Linux. Glorious Eggroll has done such a good job with Nobara. I opened this stream up with, hey, I don't think I'd recommend any offshoots of any distro. This is one exception I'm going to make. Is Nobara by Glorious Eggroll. If you actually want to game on Linux, it's really an amazing experience. He does so many kernel modifications and things that just make your life easier that it's by far the best. By far. It's just amazing, the sheer amount of things. I go to his notes when I'm modifying my Fedora to see what he did to bypass whatever roadblock I may be running into. The other day I had wine lock up on me, and I was like, why is this just not updating the wine bottle? And then I looked through there, and there was like a old GST package that was causing some issues, and everything was bypassed. So really kind of amazing. Okay, the raw version of Fedora KDE is 15 gigs. What? That is massive. Okay. Well, we're not using that. That's too big. I got a 16 gig. I mean, I don't even know if we could update the system after we install it. Why is that 15 gigs? Oh, man. Yeah, I guess we're going to start with server, guys. All the desktop ARM-based Fedora ones look awful. Like, these shouldn't... Why is that 15 gigs for the raw file? I almost want to flash it just to see what it does. It seems super excessive. Like, it just doesn't make any sense. What the heck? Let's go into downloads. Let's flash it. I'm gonna go ahead and flash it just to see it. But I don't think we can use this. This is just, that's way too bloated for a Pi. Way too bloated. We might end up going to... we'll do Fedora server and see what we can build too. But inevitably, I think Arch is going to be a better fit in this regard. LSB, okay. I need to get rid of some stuff in my downloads. So we're going to do disk destroyer. We're going to do input file of Fedora. And then we're going to do an output file of dev SDG device. We're going to do a block size of 4 megs. And we'll do a status equals progress. And we need to do that as sudo. So let's take a peek at that. We'll format this. Oh man, I forgot. I left that up there, didn't I? My bad. 1 second, guys. So that's kind of what I was doing with this. So we'll write to this. I think it'll fit. I don't know though. If I look at that SDG, it's actually at 14.8, and I think the image is 15 gigs. Oh my gosh, I don't even think that'll fit. Let's see. Is that too much? It's that's too much. Yeah, I think it's gonna be too much. Looking, oh, it says 14G. Maybe not. It's gonna be right up against it though. We're gonna see if it even takes. How large should an EFI partition be? I like to make mine about 300 megs. But I also throw a lot of things in my EFI partition. A lot of times I like to include the Linux images inside of it, and I usually partition EFI to include the entire boot directory, where some EFIs are like 100 megs and they only include like the bootloader and they don't include the boot directory. So a lot of times EFI partitions will be /boot/EFI. I like to mine just to be /boot and just include the kernel and everything. And in that regard, a bigger EFI partition is obviously in there. So there's your two scenarios. The small EFI partition works when you're just including like the bootloader and the basic configuration files. So you only really need, 100 megs, even less. Honestly, you could get away with like 50 megs if you wanted. But if you're including like the VM Linux and all those kernel packages that are loaded on boot and that reside in the root of the boot directory, you're going to want a bigger partition, at least 300 megs. Some people that keep a lot of revisions of kernels, or if it's a rolling release like Arch or Fedora, and you're updating it often, you're probably going to want about 500 megs. You might go even half a gig for your EFI partition. So there's your two use cases: small EFI versus large EFI directory and partitions. That's what the use cases for them. Yeah, Arch does have a very simple design, and it does give a lot of control to the user. I agree with you there, Peter. That's a good analysis of Arch, I'd say. What are your thoughts on hardware acceleration by default on Linux browsers? I find myself going back to Mac OS for media consumption because it just works. You know, Santiago, that's a really good observation. Some stock browsers don't do very well, and in most of that stock browsers is Firefox. Firefox is included on almost all Linux distributions, and frankly, Firefox is just not aged that well in the realm of computing. I would say, I think it's like 4% market share. So everything is designed with Chrome OS or Chromium-based browsers in mind. I mean, you got Microsoft, you have Google, you have all these juggernauts in the space pushing Chromium, and everything is designed with that in mind. So Chromium's always going to yield the best results compared to Firefox. I hate that. I wish that weren't the truth, but it is what it is. It's all Chromium at this point, pretty much. Pretty much. Temple OS. I was dying when Linus did a video on Temple OS. That was so out of left field. That was totally Anthony's doing for sure. I was laughing my butt off when I saw that video. It was great. So hardware acceleration, it depends on what you got going on, RG. So I don't mind it. Hardware acceleration works great for me, but I use Chromium, and I'm also using an AMD graphics card. That would be a different story if I had like NVIDIA. Maybe there might be some conflicts there because NVIDIA drivers are closed off right now. I think in the future they might have some advantages whenever open source kind of adopts it and it gets into Linux kernel. But that's not right now. Yes, they open source some of their drivers, but it's still not great. Sweet. So yeah. To get the best results, I think you have to go with an AMD graphics card on Linux as of today. I think you're going to get a lot better results from any kind of hardware acceleration or GPU acceleration that you got going on. And you know, that's kind of where I'm at. It's not to say NVIDIA is bad. NVIDIA is probably still the market leader, especially in the Windows realm. But would I use an NVIDIA card in Linux? And the answer to that is a resounding, not if I can help it. I mean, if it's there, I can make it work. It's okay, but it still sucks to deal with. I don't like dealing with NVIDIA cards in Linux. It's just not fun. And AMD works so much better. The idea of not having to install all those drivers and dealing with modules to tack on to your kernel on loading. I mean, there's so much that can go wrong with an NVIDIA card on Linux that I can never recommend NVIDIA in Linux. Maybe in like a year or two, that might change. But as of today, no. I mean, if you want a full-time Linux, go buy an AMD system. Or an AMD GPU, I should say. I still kind of like Intel CPUs. You know, there's something to be said for, I still find Intel just a bit more reliable. They might not beat them in performance, but Intel's still a bit more reliable. In the business scene, I don't think I've bought an AMD CPU for any business. I think every business I've ever set up has been Xeon servers. I don't think I've ever done like an Epic setup or any type of AMD system. It just, anytime I've tried it, I think I've always regretted it, and I always end up going back to Intel. Just because of reliability and stability, I always run into some issues with AMD in the long term. For servers sitting there running 24/7, yeah, I guess I'm just kind of an Intel fanboy in that regard. Now, for my personal systems, most everything's AMD CPUs here. So, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. AMD CPUs are great for a lot of the basic systems like I have. Like, I got a 5600X. I think I got those CPUs for, I just upgraded a couple of my systems to that, and those were like $200, and I was like, this is an amazing deal. Because the 5600X gives you amazing performance at such a small price point that you'd be a fool not to choose it. And I'm kind of cheap, so AMD CPUs are a bit more economic, to say the least. And you have an upgradability with AMD where you'll have motherboards carried through. Like, I think we had like 4 generations all on the AM4 system, which is amazing. But yeah, so AMD makes sense, I think, for a home or a hobbyist user. Yeah, when it comes to business and stuff, I just have a zero compromises. I'll spend 3 or 4 times the amount of money to achieve the same performance result that I would get with AMD just because of the stability I get with Intel. So that's my pros and cons of Intel. I know that's not what a lot of people like to hear, but I usually use AMD for my setup here, and then if I'm doing like a client side or a server build for a business, it's always Intel. Oh, yeah. The biggest draw of AMD's EPYC CPUs are the sheer number of PCIe lanes. But a lot of times I'm not even using PCIe slots for a lot of the Intel servers I put up. So I don't really even care about that. Because most of the times it's usually headless systems. Yeah, we're still writing this. I don't think I don't think it locked up, did it? We're gonna let it go for a little bit. Let's it's 9:48. Let's let it run to 9:52. I like to give it 5 minutes after I think it's locked up. So let's give it to 9:52 and see what happens. But we may, man, I don't even know. We'll see. We'll see how this image works. That is such a massive image. I'm not sure. And AMD HFP, we'll see. I think it's 32-bit too, so I think we'll end up doing Arch, but we'll see. Image is stuck. Yeah, sometimes with DD, you get it like this, where it'll be like just kind of sitting there, but I don't think it's stuck. Yeah, I mean, we'll give it a couple enters, but I don't think it's stuck. Let's just see how it goes. Aha! Not stuck. There you go. We just needed to give it a minute or two. Patience. Patience is always a virtue. All right, cool. Oh, well, before we pull it out, let's do a LSBLK just to... we have it right there. Look at that. Oh man, I didn't realize Fedora's pulling 600 megs. Why does it have 2 partitions? One's 600 megs, one's 1 gig. That seems excessive. Anyways. Let's grab that out. I'll put this in this Raspberry Pi. And we'll check that out. All right. We're loading up now. Let's switch over to that. Bam. All right, we're booting into Fedora Linux on a Raspberry Pi using a KDE Spin. Let's see. We'll see how this card performs. I think it's out of range right now for me. So the first order of business is going to be adjusting the screen resolution. I think the screen resolution right now is 4K. So it's going to be a little bit small and illegible. That's for me as well. I don't know. For a gaming setup right now, I'd wait for AM5. I think we're just like we're so close now to the next gen. I think you're better off waiting for the AM5 if you can. Yeah, this is going to be too heavy for a Pi. I kind of agree with chat here. This looks hella dicey. What is that saying? Let's see if I can't blow that up. Oh, this What's that saying? Error. Error. Well, that's not good. The image is yeah. This is going nowhere fast. It's so tiny. No. Yeah. Guys, I think that's a no-go on that. I don't think it was the inner keys. I think it's just I think the SD card was too small for the image. The image was 15 gigs raw, and I don't even think we had 15 gigs really on this card. It's a pretty small SD card. If I had a bigger SD card, maybe, but at this point we're just getting into oh, that's just unfortunate. Okay, well, that's going nowhere fast. Disk Destroyer, they don't call it that for nothing. Alright, here we go. We're going to shut that down, and we'll come back to the desktop. Download. I guess we could just go from server. Let's just pull it from server. Alright, we're going to plug this guy back in, switch our desktop back around. And, yeah. That'll be interesting. Oh, bummer, man. That is a bummer. Alright, well, let's reset our transform on this. We'll reset that back. Come back over to here. All right, next image, right? Hey, I'm just saying, if this was Arch, it would have just worked. Just an observation, but you know, I've never done this, so let's just grab server. When it comes to Linux, there's just nothing better than server. Man, I got too much junk in my. Let's just get rid of that. Trash. Alright. Fedora Workstation 1, Titus 0. Arch I think we'll do server first. Let's see if it'll even boot into server. I'm just curious to see if even Fedora works on a Raspberry Pi. It may not even work. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, I do want to reiterate, this is ARM. So this is a bit different than your normal setup. And as much as people crap on Arch Linux, I'm going to just say, Arch has been in the ARM space for a very long time, and it is very, very good in the ARM space. I've had great experience with the Arch Linux ARM. Fedora ARM, I have a big goose egg when it comes to using ARM systems using Fedora. Not to say it doesn't work, I've never even attempted it. Rather than server, why not build Fedora off minimal? Fedora minimal is just that. It is very minimal. And server gives you a couple different options. So it's much it just includes so many utilities that I use. So I rarely ever do a minimal install unless I do that. I mean, we could do minimal. You know what? I think we can do minimal. But this is a raw image. So it's not like an ISO, and we're not going to get through an installer. Now, let's just do server and see what we get. This is just kind of weird. So yeah, let's see what we get. All right, let's go LSBLK. It's SDG again. And we're going to be grabbing Fedora 36 ARM server. So let's do sudo dist destroyer input file Fedora raw. Output file will be our dev SDG. Let's just leave standard block size, and we're just going to go status progress. Actually, now I say that, let's just do 1 meg block size. Block size 1M. Oops. Syntax error. Forgot the equal sign. All right. Let's give that a whirl. What was that? Oh. Okay, we're good. Oh, you got a script that's ARM? Yeah, Arch is legendary in the ARM space. Like I said, I used it more than a decade ago. That's how much experience they do have in ARM. So this is an image. It's not 7.5 gigs of space. It's just an image of the space. So we'll see what the full write looks like, but it should not be too crazy. How did Windows 11 run on the Pi 400? I mean, it can run, but not very well. It uses something, Windows is dabbling in the ARM space. And I do mean dabbling. It's like they're just dipping their toe in. Using a custom ISO kind of thing to where it's not the traditional kernel that they use in Windows to install Windows on there. So it's not the Windows that you know, is the short answer to that. I want to make Pi act as a small home file server. I could just get away with Arch. Yeah, Arch works great. Have you tried the Steam Deck yet? I have not. I'm still in like think the first batch of the Steam Decks. Whenever those get sent out, I should get them. Although Steam OS, I'm not a big fan of Steam OS. I don't think Steam OS is going to be the hit that everybody makes it out to be. I just have very little faith in Valve's engineers making that work the way people think it'll work with traditional desktop computers. Not to say the Steam Deck's not going to be good. I think it will be good, and I think Steam OS will be good on it. I just don't think Steam OS will be very good for the regular computers of the world. No, DD, this is just DD doing DD things. It doesn't really give you much verbose output. You'll see. Give it a couple minutes. It'll give us to the regular prompt. Oh, yeah. Joshua Lee, that's a very good point. Run the sync command to make sure before I disconnect anything. So true. Which, sync command after DD. I think this just makes sure that any blocks writing. So I could have just batched this in and done the sync. This is probably the proper way to do it. But basically, sync pad every input block with null will be used with block on block. You could also do this. Flush file system buffers is what sync does. It force changes blocks to disk, updates the super block. Now you could also do dd with conv equals sync. That's actually probably the best way to do this, is using it like this command. So I actually am using dd probably improperly, using it like that, but we could also just run sync afterwards. It'd be fine. But I do like how this is all one command. So I probably was doing it in multiple commands, like extracting the raw image, then doing dd, and then doing sync at the end. It's not to say this is wrong the way I do it. It's just, this is, I think, a better way of doing it right here. I don't think I've ever used the off lag equals flag. That's an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen that. What is that? Let's find it. We could always do a man. OF flag. Huh. So let's take a look. We'll do man DD. And then do off. Was it OF flag? Right as per the comma separated symbol list. Huh. Interesting. So some people were using conv and then doing sync, and some people were using OF flag and then doing sync. It's kind of interesting. Two ways to get there. It's kind of cool. Like, I like to see all the different ways you can get the same result. But yeah, that's neat. All right, now we'll use the sync command just to make sure. Do sudo sync actually. All right. That does look good. And then if we do a LSB, okay, what does that look like on our partitions? Looks good. I think we're in business. I don't think I saw the LVM partition. I think we ran out of space on this last write. Like I said, that image was the raw image was just so big. All right, let's try this one more time. All right, we're booting up. Let's see what this looks like. Switch our input over. Come on, number 2. Booting into Fedora Linux. And I can't even see what it looks like, so let's just blow it up a bit. Well, it's not giving us errors right out of the gate on the SD card read, so that's good. All right. We'll fix our resolution once we get all... Oh. Error 22 while initiating SD card. Sad face. Fedora's images on the Pi, not so good. Nah, I bet you something with Fedora images. Possibly like I need to use like Fedora Image Writer maybe. But I mean, I know Arch will work. Like I said, I just never used it on a Pi. Yeah. Yeah, Fedora is not supported on Raspberry. Yeah, so I think what's going on here is it's just not reading that. Fedora not supported on Pi 4 onwards is what someone from chat just wrote. I'm inclined to say yeah to that. So, fun experiment. Now everyone knows. Moving on, let's get back to the desktop. Turn this guy off. All right. Back to our desktop we go. Unfortunate, but you're about to see the power of Arch Linux on a Pi, which I know will work well because I've done it before. So we got fdisk. Let's partition it. What does it want? First partition, it's gonna want 200 megs, and then it's want to create a second partition. This is an interesting way of doing it. Huh. Alright. Well, let's do it. What do we got? SDH is where we're at now. Let's do a sudo fdisk dev SDH. Let's not get the wrong drive. I've done that before. Oops, there goes all my stuff. And let's go O to clear out anything. We will go P to list the partitions. And we'll go new for primary partition. We'll do primary. For the first partition, let's just type plus. Oh, not minus, plus 200M. Oh, partition number. Oops. 200M. Plus 200M. All right. Not a valid range. Did I not clear out all the drives? Oh, first sector. All right, here we go. Reading is hard. Do you want to remove the signature? Yes. This is weird. I don't like this partition. I don't like these instructions. I'm quitting. Let's do CF disk. It's a better one. Yeah, this is dumb. See, this is better. Sometimes like Arch Linux, like they like to do stuff like the hard way for no reason at all. CF disk is just a better utility for this. So we're gonna create the first one, which is gonna be 200M. It's gonna be primary. Boom, done. Let's change the type, and the type needs to be, what do they say? W95 FAT32 LBA. I think that's up here. W95 FAT32 LBA. Bam. And then we'll create a new one. What do we got? Free space new. And this one, I think we're gonna be doing the entire one. Primary. And that one I believe is just gonna be Linux. So we'll write that out. Yes. All right, cool. So now we have 2 new partitions. I don't know on the Arch Linux one why that looks so weird. Yeah, Hikari was there when I wiped out all my games. Oh, that was sad. I was a bit depressed on that one. All right, so we've done our disks. Now let's mirror. Let's do a LSB. You can see we've created our 200 meg partition. We've got our 14.6 gig partition on this drive. Let's sudo make file system vfat, and this is going to be dev sdh1, and then make directory boot. Why would you be doing a make directory boot? Yeah, that's dumb too. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna mount dev sd. Yeah, we'll just do a. Why? These seem mixed up. They're on drugs. We're not doing that. We're just gonna make a file system again. Sudo make file system. These instructions are wrong. That doesn't make any sense, like the order of them. So we're gonna just do what I think makes sense. Dev sdh2. All right, we'll write that block out. So both partitions now have file systems on them, and now we can make those. Let's mount those. The mounting here, why I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. It should probably be something like this. SDH2 should be the root of the drive. We'll mount that into MNT directory. We'll do that as super user. And then if we come into MNT, let's just switch to super user, make this a little easier. So nothing's in here. We're gonna go ahead and make the directory boot inside of it. Now if we do an LSB you can see that SDH2 is routed on MNT, and this should be, ooh, maybe they did it like this because of the pi. In a traditional Linux distro, you would not do it that way. Oh well, let's just do it this way and see what happens. But overthinking it. Really? Oh, it does exist. Okay. So now let's mount dev sdh1 to boot. M&T boot, please. Now we have all of them booted, and we can go ahead and extract to the root of the file system as root, not via sudo. Okay, that's fine. So let's do that. So we'll grab our 64, not 32-bit. We're going to go wget, paste that in. Now we are sitting in the M&T directory. That's a mistake. Oops. I'll fix that. We're gonna have to move this off. I'm a goob. Now, has anybody used the Raspberry Pi Imager? Does it have an Arch Linux image directly on the new Raspberry Pi Imager? Because the last time I used that thing, it was pretty amazing. It worked really, really well. Oh, okay. It doesn't have it. Okay. Well, we're going to put this on here. I should not have put this right in the root directory, though. That's okay, though. It's fine. I don't even know. Do I have BSD tar? Is that even here? Command not found. Okay. Oh, look at that. Command not found. Do you want to provide? Yeah. Oh, that's neat. You can just... Thanks, Fedora. You're so helpful. Let's go ahead and grab our Arch Linux. We're gonna just do a command. We'll do it to this directory. Not... I should not have done it this way, but whatever. Remove archlinux.tar. Yes. So now we have a proper file structure. Oh, they did some funky stuff here. So they had it in a different directory, and then they were moving it into root or boot. We don't need to do any of that, I don't believe. So if we go into boot, so I'm still good. Yeah. Their instructions were convoluted and just awful. There's no reason to do it this way. So what I did was I mounted it into M&T for the secondary Linux primary one where you put all your files. And then for the boot partition, I put that into the boot directory because that's just how every Linux distribution is set up. So I mounted it the proper way, not using their instructions. And then when I extracted that tar file into the root, it automatically saw that the boot was there, dropped all the boot files into its proper place. So there is no step 6 or 7, or step 6 really. So we can bypass that. And then we just do a umount of boot. And then let's get out of this directory and we'll umount M&T. We'll sync and then we'll umount M&T. All right, well, it is busy. before unmounting partitions, update etc fast. Oh, oops. Whoa, whoa. Do I need to do this before unmount? This right here is what I'm looking at. Before unmounting partitions, update etc fstab for the different SD block devices compared to the Raspberry Pi 3. That does not... Oops. Let's not modify mine. Vim. What does this look like? So it's doing a block replace of BLK 0 to BLK 1. All right, we'll just do it manually. That's weird though. I guess, but it says before unmounting block device compared to the Raspberry Pi 3. Yeah. I think this image was made for Raspberry Pi 3, and then in Raspberry Pi 4 and 400, I think they changed the MMC block to be 1 instead of 0. Yeah. Okay. Did this ever finish? Still says it's busy. I hate to reject this improperly. Lazy? I don't think I've ever used that tag. Let's see, Barton. That seemed to work. Does it still show up in LSBLK? No. Okay. Yeah. What does the lazy tag do? Man, U-mount. Learning something new today. I like it. Okay. A lazy U-mount avoids this problem by introduces other issues. See lazy description below. All right. -L or -- lazy. Lazy U-mount. Detach the file system from the file system hierarchy now and clean up all references to the file system as soon as it's not busy anymore. A system reboot would be expected in the near future if you're going to use this option for a network file system. It's not. Or local systems with submounts. Ah, well, it did have a submount on there. The recommended use case for U-mount -L is to prevent hangs or shutdown due to an unreachable network share, where a normal U-mount will hang if the down server... Okay. Well, this was not a network share, but it seemed to work for the most part. That's cool. I never knew about the lazy tag. All right, so we've pretty much set everything up as it's shown here. Let's see what the boot looks like now. Everything is unmounted. We were using SDH, a 16 gig SD card. Now let's boot into Arch and see if we get a prompt, and then we'll start building our our instance of this instead of using the official one from Raspbian. Yeah, that was awesome. That was a good tip, Barton. You are the MVP of the day, sir. Amazing. All right, we are coming on over to here, and let's see what we get. Oh, that is looking much better. Oh, crap. Oh no. Is this SD card bad? Invalid bus width. All right, we might have a bad SD card. What is it with me and bad cards? I hate SD cards, by the way. What? Error 22, invalid bus width. Invalid bus width. Oh, okay, this is something that Red Hat has a thing on. It's with the Pi 400. U-boot tools field, okay. It's a known bug in the Raspberry Pi 400, not the 4s, but the 400. What the hell? It's Debian all. Yeah, so let me show you this. So I guess Fedora could work. But look at this. Look what I found. Look, watch. So, over here, look at this. So there's a bug in U-boot. Raspberry Pi 400 fails to boot with invalid bus width, which was the error we were getting over there. Description of problem. That's exactly the error we have. Version release, able to reproduce all the time. Boot a recent disk image on the Pi 400. Update U-boot, reboot. Working on other Raspberry Pis. And this says boot with U-boot 2021.10 RC5. Tested with Fedora Minimal, raw, installed, ran rpi up U-boot update after, rebooted, unlike on install of Common 33. Oh, that's a bummer, man. Removing the DTB symlink to force it to use the firmware provided in DTB works. Now, somebody else mentioned that in chat, didn't they? Ah, yep, Barton did. Okay, Barton coming through clutch here. Let's see here. I think Barton, where are you? Delete the symboot and boot DBP on the image. Barton, I don't know who you are, man, but you know a lot. That's really impressive that you just had the answer just sitting there. Yeah, there it is. Holy crap, man. So Fedora probably was fine. It's just something with Pi 400s and the DTB symlink that gets created in the EFI boot partition. Oh, that's wild, man. I can't believe we even found the solution. Oh, man. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I gotta tell you, that's gonna be good. Gonna be good. I feel like that was it. So a Fedora probably would have worked. I think that, man. Well, now let's first see if Arch boots. And then if Arch boots, I think we reboot and try that Fedora server again. And see if that's it. Wow. All right, now we're on SDI. Are we going to run out of letters soon? Probably. All right, we'll do a mount of dev SDI1 into MNT. Come into MNT. This is the boot partition. Do a listing. There should be DTBs. The symlink in here? Where's the symlink at? The DTBs are right there. But that looks like a full-blown directory, correct? Yeah, those are full files. Those are not symlinks. Boot DTB. Yeah, let's U-mount this. Maybe it is on the actual boot directory. Yeah, that's probably what's doing it. Let's see. So let's mount dev SDI1 or 2 to MNT. CD MNT. Oh my gosh, 22 minutes. Shout out to Chris Tech. Awesome, man. I've learned so much. Here's to another 13 months. Good to have you on, man. Thanks for hanging out with me and dealing with my shenanigans. All right, here we go. So if we do an all listing, go into boot, is there anything here? There's nothing here. So from the root, this is what I expect to see. So there is no symlink. Ah, bummer. So I can't find this symlink that's causing this issue. I'm pretty sure this is exactly what everything's showing. It's got to be there somewhere. But where? Is there maybe some onboard firmware storage or something that might be there? Possibly. Could you check the version of EEPROM bootloader by plugging in a Raspberry Pi 8 gig without any media? On the HDMI, it will show the Raspberry Pi image and list some information. If you remove the symlink, you would add console TTY to the kernel parameters. With the symlink, the Pi 4 uses the kernel provided DTB, and the serial number would be that. Oh yeah, no, I don't have anything mounted right now. Sorry. We can mount that boot partition again, just to verify. SDI1, that's the boot partition, the 200 meg boot partition. We're gonna toss that boot partition into MNT. We'll come into MNT. We'll do an all listing, and this is what we have. The DTP's directory is a full-blown directory with files. That's not a symlink. So that's why I'm sitting here going, if I delete that directory, that's not going to be good. That is not going to be a good solution. Well, I'm gonna just say that is a bummer. Let's see what's on the official Arch Linux forums. Arch Linux ARM forum. Either use your Bork install, create a fresh 64-bit image. We don't have an Arch install to do this. That's kind of a bummer. What you suggest replacing U-boot? Now, I think Raspbian uses the Raspberry Pi bootloader instead of U-boot. I think that's what this is saying. I'm not sure if we can retro that in after we've already written the image. It's an interesting thing. It looks like it's isolated to specifically this brand, though, the Raspberry Pi 400. Yeah, so the symlink does not exist in either partition. I definitely checked that. Why not use the Pi imager? We could. Let's try that. Let's just do the Pi imager and see. Maybe it's something I'm doing. Does the Pi imager have a Fedora install? Oh, it's got a snap. Does it have a Flatpak? Let's see. DNF install RPi imager. Let's see if it's any of my repos. I don't think it's gonna be. Oh, yep, never mind. It's there. Sometimes the simplest solution is the correct one. That's cool. Yeah. Let's grab this guy, right? All right, we'll grab this. I deleted the image like a big dummy. So we're going to re-download the image, and then we're going to use the Raspberry Pi imager, the official one, and then we're going to see what it does, because I'm curious to see what we did wrong here. Day has been very good. How's your day going? All right, so we got the new image. Now let's try this imager, right? Imager. Let's choose the OS. That's kind of cool they have all these. We're gonna use a custom one. We're gonna grab the Arch Linux ARM. Okay. We're gonna choose the storage. We're gonna use that. Make sure I got the right one. Okay. Oh, that's already mounted though. Do I still have this mounted? I do. All right, cool. Yeah. Don't want that. All right. Let's just I'm going to relaunch this. I want to make sure it has a clean go at this. So we're grabbing the latest Arch. We're going to choose the storage using this imager, and then we're going to write to it. Yes. We will authenticate because it's having elevate permissions. It's going to write. Man, that writing went pretty quick. Although it usually hangs at like 99, so give it a second. Yeah, you can use a Pi for a portable hacking machine. I actually thought about, I've been looking at getting 3D printers and building kind of like my own little portable station to do exactly that. Not for hacking, but just like portable workstation. It'd be kind of cool. Set the background wallpaper to Heinz beans. Love it. How did you theme your apps and cursors? I've been struggling with BSPWM. LXDE, LX appearance is what I meant to say. If you actually just type LX appearance, this is what LX appearance. So you can theme your windows, you can theme your color, you can theme your icons, you can do your mouse. I'm using Nordz mouse cursors. Although you can see sometimes it does not translate. Sometimes the cursor does go back to X ones. All right, has been written. You can now remove from. Okay, cool. Now let's see if using the Raspberry Pi imager. I have a hunch that this is still not going to work. But let's see. Let's see. All right, moment of truth. Does it matter on the official imager? Was it really me all along? We are about to find out. That does look different. It might have been me. That looks way different. Let's see. Some people, I don't know. I'm not sure what's happening. It does look different, so that's a bonus. Huh. The Pi imager doesn't create the correct partitions. Yep. So let's try the Fedora one. This is different though. I feel like the Pi imager was doing something that I was not. So, interesting. Alright, we're making progress. Alright. Which is fine. So what we're gonna do now... I deleted the workstation, didn't I? Damn it. Why do I keep deleting everything? I like to delete stuff. I don't know why. It's like just... couldn't delete stuff for a long time. I have like repressed deletion. Because at work I could never delete anything. Now I'm just like, I just want to delete everything. Alright, I think I might have it in my... Fedora. That's KDE, their server. Just restore that. Cool. It was in trash, so we don't have to re-download. Let's try to use Raspberry Pi Imager for it. Will that work? I don't know. I'm curious. So yeah, the Pi won't boot an ISO. You need an actual IMG file, which is fine. So we're going to try Fedora on the Raspberry Pi today. I have a feeling, something in me says this is going to work. I don't know why, but I feel good about it. And if this doesn't work, then, well, we have other options. So what I think's happening here, guys, is U-boot is not able to read this specific Pi. Like, this is a Pi 400, not a regular Pi 4, and the Pi 400 is a little bit more obscure to the point to where it's failing to read a lot of how this is formatted. It uses something a little bit different on the boot loading. So, we'll see. Yeah, and most of everything I tried today wouldn't typically have worked on a standard Pi. Like, if we were using Pi 3 or a Pi 4, this would have worked. No doubt in my mind. It's just not yet. It's just because of this more obscure, which, if you're wondering what the Pi 4 looks like, again, this is kind of what you see. This right here is the Pi 400. It's the all-in-one. It's a big board that goes about the length of an entire keyboard, and it's interesting. I like the Pi 400. It's actually has some of the best performance out of all of the Pi lineups, and this is about 400 bucks. Or not 400, 100 bucks. Wow. But yeah, that's kind of what's up. It is not a Pi 4. So yeah, the Pi 400, like a regular Pi is like a little credit card. And then the Pi 400 is almost two regular Pis jammed together that are just a little bit, the spacing's a bit better, the thermals are better. The Pi 400, I think, is the best iteration of the Raspberry Pi. It just is a bit funky, and that's why we're running into some of these bootloader issues. So it is very different from the Pi 4. I don't think it has a different CPU, but I could be wrong there. I think it's very close to the Pi 4 in compute, but I don't think it's quite identical. Obviously, things are a little bit different in the bootloader that we're seeing today, where everything we tried today would work on a regular Pi. Yeah, it has an overclocked CPU by default. I've heard that as well. It's very similar, yet a little different. But I honestly got it because the performance on the Pi 400 is typically a lot better than everything else in the Pi lineup. Yeah, so how these Pis boot is really intriguing. It's not like a typical system at all, not like a typical computer at all. It does have a little bit, I think the firmware can be flashed, because like I remember I was using a Pi in production. Oh, for my phone systems I use a Pi, and I hate SD cards. First off, like, people that think SD cards and SSDs are the same, I want to slap you, because I hate SD cards. SD cards are so much more fragile, and they break so much easier than a standard SSD. So what I usually do if I'm going to be using a Pi or something like that for an extended period of time, I will always boot from traditional media, whether that's a spinning platter, whether that's a SSD, just something. I need official storage. Using an SD card for an extended period of time, it just is not a viable solution. Too many read and writes, it will break an SD card so fast. I remember a good example of that. I have a friend of mine that's in, he does pen testing, and I was like, hey, he's like, hey, I need to test some stuff, and he's like, can you set something up on your network and I'll try to hack into it? And I was like, cool, I'll set it up. And I was like, here you go. I set up like a regular lamp stack, and then I forwarded like port 800 and 443, just HTTP and HTTPS, like you'd see in a more traditional server environment. I'm like, here's what you got to work with. These two ports are open. Try to hack it. So he was trying to do like a database injection in MySQL. He was pounding that Raspberry Pi with an SD card, and it took him, I think, about less than a day before that whole thing was bricked, because the read and writes through that SD card just went up in smoke for the most part. So SD cards in any extended period of scenarios, just I view it as just bad. And also like write speeds and all the things that people are saying in chat. Yeah, that's so true. SD cards really suck. And this was a regular, like, a name brand SSD card. It's not like the cheap generic ones you get off of Amazon. It was a legit, I think it was a SanDisk, highest quality, highest write speeds. Anybody that thinks SD cards are reliable are just fools. They're dispensable garbage that you can temporarily put data on to move to somewhere else. That's what an SD card's really for. Just want to reiterate that. Don't ever rely on an SD card. You'll thank me later. So all right, so we're good. We wrote, we verified. Let's see what this does. All right, Fedora on a Pi. Let's see what we have now. Oh, well, all right. Here comes the moment of truth. Are we going to get past the boot screen? That is the question. It's looking good so far. Switch this out. Number two. My mode setting on this monitor is not reading that, so we're going to have to look at my stream so far. Okay. Oh. There we go. We're through System D, guys. Hell yeah. Oh. Wait. No. Same error. Oh. All right. Yeah, it's something with that symlink somewhere, or U-boot, or whatever the hell is going on. It's not the SD card, I'm telling you. Here's the error. You guys want to look it up? This is but type this in with the error. Type Pi 400. Pi 400, and then this error. You'll see there's something funky going on with the bootloader and something with these ARM images. They do something different. Now, with all that said, we're going to go to a Raspbian, which is a Debian-based one, officially from the Raspberry Pi, and we're going to do a minimal install. I'm still out to get a beautiful-looking Raspberry Pi 400 without using their jank, awful-looking Raspberry Pi setup. So let's reset our transform. We're gonna go back to our desktop, and we're gonna do it legit. All right, this is definitely gonna work, guys. It's I'll show you. This one, I will eat my shirt if it does not work. We will just go Raspberry and Pi OS, other image. In this one, we're gonna choose a bit different. We're gonna go with a light bullseye. 64-bit. Right here. So we're going to go Raspberry Pi 64-bit light with bullseye with no desktop environment. We're going to choose our storage, choose that, and then we're going to write to it. This is going to give us a bare bones, something to work on, something to sculpt a beautiful desktop. And this will boot. I'm telling you, I'm like 99.999% positive that it's something with the U-boot and how funky the Pi 400 does things. Everybody's like, prepare to eat your shirt. It's not happening. I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to work. Well, we're putting a desktop on it. I should stipulate here. We're doing a base server level install, and then we're just throwing a desktop on side. I think the Raspberry Pi's LXDE desktop, it just looks awful. So we're going to get a functional computer here, guys. I just want to put that out there. Yes, it will look as a black terminal starting off, but with any Linux install, I like to kind of start there and then build what I want. You know, like most people just like distro hop like to 1,000 different distributions, but underlying all of Linux, it all works pretty much the same. And you can make every Linux look however you want. So it doesn't really matter what's there. We don't have much to work with. We have 16 gigs on an SD card to work with, and I don't want a bunch of garbage thrown in there. I want the bare minimum. I want a very fast, functional desktop system. That's why we're doing this. Why only 16 gigs? The big reason why is because I'm cheap, and that's what came with the Pi 400. So, yeah, that's why. I didn't want to spend any money. I should probably do more sponsor spots so then I can be like, check out all my new gear, but I really don't do that. I just kind of like tinkering with everyday gear. So we're going to be using the 16 gig. Anyways, here we go. Success, 100% certainty is happening right now. It's going in. You're going to get to see it. I'm going to go ahead and switch the input so you can see the startup of this beautiful masterpiece that is going to be the server. Here we go. 100% working. 100% certainty. Gonna work. 110%. Gonna turn on and work just fine. Just fine. Here we go. Perfect working operating system happening right now. It is resizing file system. Totally normal. It's working. All right. I'm just going to reboot one more time. Are you going to grill and roast the shirt? Yeah, this is working, guys. I'm going to tell you right now. Gonna work. It's a 4K monitor. I'm doing like a mirroring. So, yeah, I can't really read this either, so we're just gonna have to guess. We'll just call it Titus. I think that's password. All right. What's that look like? All right. Let's give an X Randar. I'm going to install X Randar. We're about to blow all this up. We're going to make it look good. Setting resolution in terminal. Does anybody remember? I think there's a D package we could use for this. Let's go sudo. Yeah. 1 second. D package. Because I can't barely see this. Reconfigure. Setup. Console, I think. Is that it? What the hell does that say? All right. Exit Randar's not. 1 second. 1 quick second. Depackage, reconfigure. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Hold your horses. I told you this would work. Console set. I think it's console setup, isn't it? Oh, it's console dash setup, not setup console. Yeah, I'm looking console setup. All right. UTF. Yeah. Terminus. Give me max console. That work? All right. 1 second. Reset transform. Yes. Clear. All right. It's a little bit better. we need to hurry up and get to desktop though. Change console. What's change console resolution? Let's figure that out. Yes, I definitely will make this bigger. I'm just working because I can't even remote into it. I mirror this and it's at 4K resolution right now and it's awful. Console resolution. We could do change to does this even use grub? I don't even know. All right, let's blow this up again. I'm just gonna have to shift it around a bit until we get there. Because I'm looking at what you guys are seeing on the preview screen, so it's even smaller for me, if you can believe it. Sudo vim etc default grub. Give me grub. Oh no, there's no grub, is there? Okay, Raspbian tools. I bet you. What's it called for Raspbian tools? RPi tools? I can't remember. RPi setup? Setup RPi? I don't know. Dang it. Ah, Raspi config, that's it. Thank you, chat. All right, well, that's not what I wanted. Here. All right, let's move that there. Is there a way to set console resolution in Raspberry Pi? Usually I would put this in grub on a typical Linux install, but we just don't have that legacy here. There is a boot.config. Oh, yeah. Boot.config.text where most things go. Let's see if there's anything in here we can change, and if not, we're going to go there. XCOM composition manager. Sounds like it might have something. No. This is just going to install composition manager. Let's go advanced options again. We've already expanded file system. Network doesn't matter. We obviously have network. Boot order, boot version, experimental Wayland backend. We're definitely not doing that. System options. I don't see that. I think we're going to have to go through and manually change it in config.text. Yeah. So I don't see any resolution in here. All right. No. I'm not gonna change that. Let's drag that over. This is so jank. All right. Let's just switch to super user. Ah, crap. All right. Let's vim config.text. Don't even have vim. I don't need to do sudo since I'm super user, but whatever. Give me vim at least. Can't function without that. Yeah, so we're using Terminus fonts at the highest setting. That's how we're actually able to even read anything, but it's still not great. So here are our settings in the Raspberry Pi, and we're gonna change and see if we can't maybe set the resolution. We have HDMI, uncomment to force HDMI rather than DVI. That's fine. Ah, thanks, Amok. Appreciate the donation, man. Display auto detect. No. There's got to be something in here to where we can set the resolution directly. I'm going to look on my other computer here. Set up Pi resolution config.txt file. And so from what I'm reading on the webs, it's going to look like this. And I can't even see it. Where are you at? All right. So this is this. So we need to look for HDMI underscore force hot plug, which should be all right. There it is. We're going to insert. All right. Define a custom CVT mode by adding the following lines. So we're going to go HDMI. Excuse me. So that's what we got to do. Of course. Why didn't we just add HDMI underscore CVT 1920 1080 60 space 3 space 0 space 0.0? Oh, that's so dumb. Like, why'd they reinvent the wheel here? Oh well. Let's just save that out. Clear. Let's cross our fingers and give this a reboot, right? Alright, so on reboot, it should reconfigure and read that config.txt, give us a full 1080p based on those custom CVT modes. We're going to force that resolution on boot. In a perfect world. Oh, okay, evol. FB set. That's good. So now on boot, we just got another black screen. It should adjust. Yeah, that's looking good. All right, so that does look better. Do I have it on my screen? Let's see what current mode. Does not look like it adjusted it. So the frame buffer's still off. Evelyn, I think, had that good idea. So let's switch back to root user. Go into boot. Let's vim that config.txt. We're onto something though. The frame buffer here. Uncomment to force console size. I could just have read. I could have just read that. Look at this. Instead, Instead, I'm doing that. Oh, so frame buffer width. Let's blow this up pretty good. All right. Yeah, you guys were right. You know me. I think, what was it, the famous saying they say about Americans? You can always trust American to do the right thing after they've tried everything else. I think it was a famous World War II quote. I love it. All right. Let's reboot again. Now, this might be a little too big. But, let's see. Do I have a frame buffer? Yeah, it still hurts on my... it's 1440p monitor. I gotta get rid of it. I think I just have to go back to 1080p because I can never see anything. And to capture this stuff for these streams, it's just... it's such a pain. I still feel like this is wrong, though. Set HDMI mode 4. Shark tooth. Let me look at that. Let's... I still feel like this is 4K blown up. So we have force hot plug, HDMI mode. This will force a certain group. So let's look up HDMI mode and see what that is. Okay, HDMI mode 4 is 1080p per chat. So we're gonna just take that, HDMI mode, delete 4, append 4. Oh, what happened there? All right, saved out, clear, reset the transform again. All right, this should totally fix it. Yeah, with Terminus fonts, like right now, Terminus fonts are set at 32-bit. So when this does get reverted from 4K to 1080p, it's gonna be massive. We're gonna know right away because you're gonna be like, okay, well, a blind man could see that. Still nothing. All right, what the hell, Raspberry Pi? Maybe there was a force. It could be, yeah. Maybe it's the 712. Let me comment out that frame buffer, maybe. But it feels like the frame buffer is a little bit different from the config. Again, Raspberry Pis are a little bit funky compared to a regular Linux system. It's kind of neat, though. Alright. What about HDMI group? I feel like that would be something, or maybe force hot plug. I think we do HDMI group 1. I think we take that out. And I think we also force the hot plug. Oh, set to group 2, okay. Oh, group 2. Right now, I was eating some egg bites. My wife makes me eat some healthy stuff. I'd probably be dead without her. or weigh 400 pounds, one of the two. And then HDMI mode. Oh, okay. I missed HDMI mode 16. Okay. HDMI mode 16. All right, HDMI group 2. HDMI mode. Okay, everyone's just telling me different stuff. 82. I'm going to put 42 because I like the word 42. Meaning of life. Okay. 16. So probably 82 sets it to 1080p, right? I guess I could just look this up myself, since we got some conflicting reports here. Config text RPI HDMI modes. All right, documentation officially from the source. We could disable overscan. Boot options. Just pulling this up. I don't really Facebook at all. I quit there about 6 years ago. Facebook's my most hated company in the world. I think they're the most evil. They've killed the most people. And no one should use them. That's my thoughts on Facebook. Yeah, Microsoft hadn't committed mass genocide and helped dictators take over entire countries, though. Facebook has. All right, SDTV mode, one way of doing it. The default mode, we could just do that. No, that's for standard def. HDMI mode, here we go. Yeah, I'm thinking, I'm just coming, okay, here we go. HDMI mode, I need 1080p, 60 hertz. That is HDMI mode 16. This is HDMI group 1, CEA. Let's see what group 2 looks like. Group 2 is DMT instead of CVA. Let's see what this one looks like. 16 is 1024. 82 is 1080p at 60. That's okay. So group 2 at 82 would probably be the way to go here. Group 2, 82 is what we need. Group 2, 82. Yep. And with that, we should be able to reboot. And then I'm going to come over here. Let's reset our transform one more time. And this should work. Oh, good. Finally. Oh, man. Wow. All right. Now we can start building. All right. Well, first thing we do with the new system after we can read the console output, which I think now I can mirror it over to my screen. Oh, good. I can do that. Sudo apt upgrade. Yes. All right, cool. So I can see what you see. Everything is right with the world. And we're going full old man mode. So this is Bullseye. We should have a good selection of packages here. We'll probably do... We'll start like BSPWM, grab my Fedora Titus downloads, and see what we got. Let's see what version of Rofi's on here, if there is even a Rofi package, as I know I use that for my start menu. Let's see if we do a apt install of Rofi. What do we got? I don't see versioning. Rofi, wow, 1.54. Yeah, it's ancient. Dang it. All right. Again, the problem with a lot of these old repos, especially Debian repos, you just run into so many old packages. Yikes. That's okay, though. We can make it work. Let's do BSPWM. Yes. We'll do some NeoFetch too here. And get this up and going. I wonder, I'm going to try as minimal as possible since this is a Pi, and I actually do want to use this as a functional thing. If this ends up being functional, I will make an image file of this and upload it to Titus Pi. So if anybody ever bought Titus Pi back in the day, it'll just be over there for the full image. But I want to keep this as absolutely as minimal as possible. Now I think we still need a display manager, so let's apt install. You could use SDDM. SDDM is going to be a little too heavy. We're going to have to do light DM, I think. Light DM is going to give us a little bit more manageable on our sizes. Yeah, I'm sure SDDM works as well. Light DM is just a bit lighter. I personally like SDDM a bit better than Light DM, but again, I'm choosing the lightest packages possible because not only do I want this to look better than the official Raspbian Spin, but I want it to be about half the size of the official Raspbian Spin, if not more. I'm actually probably shooting for close to, like, let's do a NeoFetch real fast. Let's see what we are at packages. We have basically the absolute core system installed right now, and we can boot into our desktop here shortly. I just kind of want to see where we're at package-wise, because once I add probably Brave, no, Brave doesn't have an ARM spin, so we're going to be using Chromium for this. Unless Brave... Did Brave ever get an ARM package? It's been a couple years. So with Light DM, we're going to do an auto load through. So Light DM is not going to have to do much. We'll see how it works. Yeah, I know Chromium works really well. But yeah, I prefer Brave if I can get it. But it's not the end of the world if not. All right, so here's what we're working with. So far, the official Raspbian Spin coming from them has 2,000 packages. We're roughly at 720 with the base in. Obviously, from terminal, we're only using 87 megs of memory to run our operating system right now. So now we add on to this, and we'll do CD into... Let's first go into Light DM. And we're gonna vim sudo vim the light DM comp. Is there we're gonna switch to super user. We got a lot of configuration to do, so I'm just gonna modify these system files real fast. Okay. So we're gonna config the seat greeter. We're gonna do an auto login. I don't even want to mess with the display manager too much. Technically, probably the cleanest way to do this would have just done bypass light DM altogether and just use X in it, and then as it comes up, it would be good. So yeah, my bad there. But at the same time, I kind of like having light DM there just for people that do want a login manager. It's already kind of there. It just depends on the user. And needless to say, this should be fine. All right, we're gonna do auto login user, auto login session, and we're just gonna go Titus session bspwm. Anything else I want to grab here? I think that should do it. Everything else is just commented out. So groups. Let's see what we have. Let's exit, clear, cd, groups. What do we? Oh wow, Raspberry Pi by default gives you a lot of groups. Huh? Is it add group? Yeah. Add group. And auto login. So we're going to add the auto login group, and then we'll probably do add user, or actually you would use user mod, I think, right? I keep switching between operating systems and they change this stupid syntax in each one, and then I'm like, okay. All right. So this is a capital G for supplementary group. So user mod, capital G, auto login for the group, and then I think we just do Titus. Super user that. Now, when we do groups, it'll be auto login here as soon as we log out, log back in, and then we look at groups. Oh no! Oh no! All those groups got wiped out. It didn't append the group. It wiped out all my supplementary groups. Oh, I don't even... Do I still have... Okay, I still have access to sudo. Damn it. Oh, alright. Well, we can fix this. When I'm looking through here, I think all those groups that got added by defaults, though, don't even exist. Let's see. Yeah, it is. It is. Let's go apt install git, and then we're gonna grab a couple other things. Let's just move on to setting up this. I don't want this to go too long. Although this is gonna be a long stream. What are we? Oh, we're 2.5 hours into the stream. Dude, this could be like a... It's gonna be a long stream today. So buckle up. Watch the rewind if you don't. It's on the main channel if you need. Alright, we have git. Did I get also... I do need apt install rsync. Also need probably curl. Oh, we already have those. Perfect. And we're going to just grab the github.com repository. This is not recommended. I'm just going to grab Fedora Titus. I know we're not in Fedora, so don't freak out on me. But I do have a lot of stuff in here that I really like. Most of my configs are in my .config directory, and I can use that to install Thunar, XHKD, Polybar, Kitty, and we already did BSPW. I think that should get me most of everything. Yeah, so we're not going to do any gaming. Well, no, we will. We could do Moonlight and then just stream it from my Windows box. So, yeah. The whole purpose of this is that I want to attach the back of this Pi to a monitor and then just be able to sit in bed with a full-blown Linux box, almost like a laptop, except it's just like a floating monitor. And the monitor is going to be about 13 inches. So I could just have like a nice full-blown Linux desktop right at my fingertips. That's just, you know, plugs into the wall. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I just do stuff because I want to do it. So we have all of this in the .config directory. Let's move this. So we're going to move .config star. Actually, we're going to do a recursive force of .config star, and then we're going to put that into our home directory. Home directory? Home directory? Okay, well, guess we're going to have to spell out home directory. My keyboard somehow is making some weird... Ooh, when I did the comp setup, maybe I did like UK or some foreign keyboard layout. Anyways, no matter. I'll address that shortly as well. And we'll throw it all into .config. Maybe just recursive. Okay, maybe there is no recursive on this. Maybe I'm thinking of copy. Oh well, whatever. We got it there. RPM packages. That's not what I need. There's the .configs. I already moved. So we got most of that in place. Now, there's other things in here, these X files, which we're going to need to move as well. .x star, and we'll just put that back a directory. Let's grab the uppercase version of that. And now, if we look back here, we can just get rid of Fedora. We're done with that project. I stole everything I wanted from it. So now we have our basic .configs or .x on startup. So now if we do a systemctl enable light DM, that should be good. I'm also missing by stock default, when you go for a server minimal install, you need to do something with systemctl to boot into the graphical target instead of the console, which is actually not called console. It's called default.target. I can't remember. Change this up. Let me come over here. And we'll look real fast. Change systemctl graphical dot target. I just remember graphical dot target. I don't remember the exact sequence for this. Okay. So if we go identify the current target system, when we start talking about targets, we're talking about systemctl, which is basically systemd, And this controls the initialization of your system. So when your system starts up, you're going to be interacting with system D. And system CTL is a way to control it. And we're going to do get default. So right now it's multi-user.target. This puts it into a multi-user console target, which is not what we want. This is a console startup. We want it to be graphical. And if we want to do that, we would do sudo system ctl set default graphical dot target. I think that's it. All right. So you set enable light DM. We've set the BSPWM things. Polybar is still going to be totally jacked. I don't know what our system's going to look like, basically. But I've got most of the configs there. So now it's just kind of booting the initial setup. But we still are very light on the packages. Still only 700 and something packages. And ideally, when we boot into this system, we're going to have probably 400 megs of memory used. So only about 10% of the system used, with a considerably lighter weight package count. So we've set all of that up. I think we have everything. Let's give it a reboot and see what this looks like on startup. And I could have gotten the light DM incorrect here as well. So I'm curious to see what this pops up to. If it pops up to anything at all. Yeah, so slight issue. I'm noticing we've now gone back to 4K resolution, because that was all set through the frame buffer. What does that even say? X resources not found. Okay. Well, okay. We have... All right. Well, the fun begins now. X session. Yeah, we probably missed a couple different things here. That's okay, though. I think we come back into our console. And it did look like Light DM did start, but if we come back into, yeah, that's 1, that's 3. I think Pi runs on TTY7. Okay, yeah, TTY7 is what I need. Oh, yeah. This exact one's meant for a Pi, so it'll only work on Pis. Because the boot file folder, obviously, all this is very, very custom to Raspberry Pi. But there are other distros and stuff you can try out, for sure. Like, you regular desktop has some stuff. Also, this is all ARM-based packages, so you have to install this on an ARM-based system, even if the boot was not so customized to Pi. But let me think here. Probably the best way to get around this, and I don't think xrandar is going to work. And we need to do x11 xserver utils. Okay, cool. That's about what I expected. We are on TTY console, so xrandar should not work. I just wanted to make sure that was enabled. And arandar should be something we could run from a graphic element to get some interaction to change the resolution. I think we can force the resolution to using a setup script. Now, I'm not sure if that's even working as far as light DM goes. I think what we're going to do is wipe out the light DM config. Let's come back into it. I think that's the biggest thing here. Light DM. And then if we look at our sessions here, I'm not 100%. This is kind of what we want to take. I think... Oh, no. Crap. Yeah, I'm on a European keyboard. Anybody from Europe, can you tell me where your pound sign is on your keyboard? I need to know where the hash is. Maybe Shift 3, yeah, Shift 3, right of the enter key. Crap, I don't think that's... Oh, no, that's where that one is. I was looking for the Tidely earlier. 3 is a US keyboard. So I guess I might have messed that up. At symbol, I'm close. So close. Aha! Found it. I can't find this. Needless to say, I need to go back in and reconfigure my console and reset my keyboard to be the correct one. So we're gonna leave all this at stock right now. The display script we will change. User share disp setup. We will take that. So let's do a sudo vim user share disp setup. So this is doing nothing right now, but we're going to grab that xrandar command, which I think we might have had something in chat earlier. The xrandar command, I think -s 1920 by 1080 should do it. Hey, Sparky's here. How's it going, man? All right, so let's insert xrandar-s, and we're gonna go 1920, 1080, and I think that should work. Might check that on one of my systems here. Let me come back into here, and I'm just gonna check that syntax real fast. All right, -s should give the size. And I think there's an X in there for this, so that it should actually look like this. So that basic xrandar command, you can't set the rate using another one, so you could, looking over at my little cheat sheet, do a rate and then do 60 hertz. So this should give us 1080p at 60 hertz on startup in light DM. Now let's give it a reboot, and this should fix everything in that regard. So now we'll get to see why our system's broken, because I couldn't even read it even blowing that up. That was 1920 by 60, right? I think so. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Perfect. Okay, so now we have our setup, our system. We're missing obviously some dependencies, which is totally fine. Yeah, we're missing quite a bit here, but I think we can launch a kitty. Maybe not. We have another terminal. Dang it. There's a problem with my kitty config. Dang. All right, well. All right, we're making progress. What did I do with my config? I know what I did. Okay. We need some icon packs. Yeah, this is a Pi 400. So we're kind of rebuilding everything in a Pi 400. Kitty, the config that I'm using for Kitty needs some dependencies here that we're gonna fix. Do we have XRDB? Okay. Thought I already grabbed the utils. Yeah, that's already installed. So we're good with XRDP. Icon packs. I don't know what they have. List. Oh, what is okay, let's fix our console setup. Depackage, reconfigure. Console setup. Alright, we need to reconfigure this. UTF-8. We need a character set support of... Shoot, what was it? I think it was Latin 1, right? Pretty sure it was Latin 1 and 5. Pretty sure. Greek. Greek for blind users. Oh, man. Yeah, that would be great. Wait. Generic? Was there a generic on here? Yeah, there is no generic. I think the closest we get is Western Europe. Which, I mean, hey. We came from Western Europe 300 years ago. It sounds bad. Sounds logical. That's still broken. I don't know what's wrong with my keys. Whatever. So, got that. We need to figure out what packages. So a sudo apt list, and I gotta find the pipe symbol. Where are you at? Pipe symbol. I mean, could be anywhere. Where on this keyboard is the pipe symbol? Pipe symbol? No. I'm running out of keys. Maybe over here. Damn it. All right. Oh, Raspberry config. Yep. Thanks, Barky. All right. Localization options. Here we go. Ugh. That's what it is. Thanks, Sparky to the rescue. All right. English, US. Great Britain. No. Give me US. Like the way Great Britain sounds, but no. Yes, give me that. Give me that. Get my locale right. All right, that's great. That is just beautiful. Now we'll reboot. We'll have a proper US locale that should recognize my keyboard properly now. Oh, I'm not dissing your homeland. You guys have fantastic D. and frankly, I like listening to British people. They always sound smart. But I do not have a UK keyboard, and I do need I need my keys. It's driving me crazy. I need my keys. All right. Oh hell, it still didn't work. Something's up with my keypad. Maybe it's just this keyboard. Or maybe it's something with the Raspberry Pi. Installing locales does not mean you're using them. Oh. I thought Raspberry config. Raspberry config should do that. Ah. I like that. Thanks, Ronald. Keyboard configuration. Aha! Yes. I think it's 101 keys. I think it's the generic 105, 101. I was on the 105 international keyboard, which not great. Not great. So I think I'm going to go with this one. Why is it all saying UK? Other? Oh, okay. Russian US. Okay. That's interesting. Just give me the blank. Okay. Function for Alt-GR. Let's just go default. Compose, no compose key. Control Alt backspace to turn. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. That sounds good. All right, let's reboot. Let's see if I get my keys back. Yeah, 101 because the Pi 400 doesn't have 105 keys, but I am using a 105 keyboard. Kinda. I'm using this. The Pi 400, I didn't like the keyboard, so I just grabbed this other Logitech I had laying around. I don't know. We'll see. So we'll log in, come on over to here. Yeah, hell, it's still broken. Oh my word. Half this stream has been me just running into stupid stuff and then just not being able to fix it. Or I get there, it just takes a little bit. What about 104? It just does not feel like that does anything. Because the Raspberry Pi keyboard, I think, messes with the pipe command. Whatever. Let me see. Is there a pipe command even on the keyboard? It does have a pipe command. But the pipe command's not even working on it. Come on. Ah! The keyboard is... This is a 78 key keyboard connected. What do I do with that? Stupid! What do we got? With Amiga, it would just work. We could try a Logitech. Just tried Logitech. I give up. I give up on this thing. Oh, okay. Alt-GR plus tidally. Maybe I ordered it from the UK. I remember I got it during like the supply shortage, and it took a long time. It took like a month to get here. So maybe that was it. Okay. Oh, never mind. I fixed it. Thanks, guys. Good to know about the Alt-GR tidally business. But switching it to just Logitech from the oh, wait. Oh, it's only in the console. Oh, so the console's different from the other one. Interesting. Okay. So if I'm in here, I can actually do pipe symbols all day long. Okay, well that's fine. We don't need to be in the console anyways. What terminal should I install by stock settings? Go old school Terminator. But TLD? Okay. So can I just say TLD and people know what that means? GNOME terminal? Ooh. There's gonna be a ton of different... It's gonna be gross. What is... Let's see. How many packages? No! I immediately regret that decision. No! Dude. 163 packages for that terminal. No. Alright. We're not doing that. Alright. Okay, let's try the XSCE. Oh. See, that's reasonable. GNOME, not reasonable. XFCE, completely reasonable. Xterm probably would have been even in closer. Xterm is part of the X11 packages, so it probably would have been just one package. Oh, that's funny. Alright. So now we can just launch this terminal. Can we blow that up a little bit? Oh, yeah. Yeah, Xterm's pretty super lightweight, too. So now we have this. We probably should grab a browser. What browser do we want to grab? Chromium? Guess we could grab Chromium. Did Brave ever get an ARM? I want to try and keep this as light as possible, though. We're gonna browse the Google's Brave Arm. Oh, look. We might have something. Oh, nobody ever answered him. Sad face. Back. June. Maybe. Does not look like it, though. Oh, yeah. I saw it, Sparky. I'm gonna probably look at that. Yeah, the ETC default keyboards for console. Hey, eLinks is obviously superior browsing the internet experience. So they got ARM for Surface and Mac, right? So they should have an ARM build for Arch. I mean, I could be crazy with that, but... it doesn't look like it. I think this is just a junk website. There's Tor. eLinks, but not Google crawling. What, you never seen anybody use eLinks and be browsing Google? Let's see what Reddit looks like in eLinks. A bit much. What about, there's Q browser. We could try that. Let's go through all the obscure ones. A little bit heavier. Almost 100 packages to get Q browser going. There is no Brave Arm. Sad face. Sad face. Q browser's pretty heavy. What is do we even have? I think we have to get a specific repo for Chromium ARM, don't we? I don't know. Chromium's actually pretty. Only 80 packages in Chromium. I mean, most browsers will just, let me just specify, it's still a pile of poo. It's just not that smelly, not as smelly. I think Chromium's the best we're gonna get here. Yeah, I'm not installing Opera. I hate Opera. I'd rather use default Google Chrome than Opera. All right, so Chrome's the way to go here. So we're good with that. Oops. Okay. Chromium. I think on the initial launch, this takes a minute. Or maybe I didn't click it. Yeah, I don't know. It's a Raspberry Pi, though. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag time. Nah, I probably didn't click it. Or maybe I did. That should pop up. Oh. Oh, no. Did it too many times. One more time. Okay. Chromium's got some issues. Okay. What dependency you think it's probably missing? Right now we're on BSPWM, but it's obviously not fixed up yet. All right, let's start fixing our BSPWM while I think about that, because I got to fix Kitty. I got to install some other stuff too. If we look and grep, let's grep probably font, right? What kind of fonts we got? Is that gonna be too much? We got some Ubuntu fonts, MS Core fonts, Thinner Font Manager. Ooh, you know what? Might grab that. Having a font manager would be kind of nice. What else we got? I feel like getting Microsoft fonts probably needed, just so stuff displays properly. What else we got? I don't think any of my nerd fonts are going to be in here. Sad to say. That's okay. We'll just grab that manually. GS fonts. That's already installed. All right, fonts dash. We got quite a bit over in here. Roboto. I love Roboto. We'll probably end up grabbing it. They just had like Fire a Code, Noto emoji. That's a neat one too. We're gonna need that. Give me that font. And Font Awesome is another one. Font's Awesome. That should probably be in here. Man, come on. Fire Code. The Awesome. Font Awesome is there. Don't know if that's going to be the version I need, but we'll grab it. Ah, Fonts Fire a Code right there too. I wonder if I could use the ones from the repo. They might be too out of date. Oops. Was it just Fonts Fire a Code? Yeah. Let's get these fonts installed. Oh, yeah. I'll launch Chromium from the CLI here, and we'll troubleshoot a bit. Oh, my Meslo font, too. I'm going to need that. So we got Fire Code, Font's Awesome. Meslo is what I need for my terminal, because I love the Meslo fonts from NerdFont. Although that one I might need to download. We'll see. But with these fonts in, we should have most of them. We'll have the basis. I don't know if it's going to be able to grab everything, but whatever we miss, and we can piece together, and then we should kind of piece together my BSPWM in here, and we should have a really nice system. And then I'll try to package it up. I'm gonna try and keep this clean though, just with the stuff that's absolutely needed. We're just grabbing some Microsoft fonts and stuff now too. We don't need the Microsoft fonts. I could throw them out. Yeah, I'm gonna try Chromium browser in the terminal. We'll launch into it and see what errors we get. Just install Firefox. I could. Firefox sometimes is just a little easier. Alright, let's try our Chromium browser, see what is doing that. Chrome. Did I spell Chromium wrong? Chrome. Maybe it's Chromium browser stable? Maybe it's just Chromium. GPU, process, host. What is that? That's a new one. Process acted. So that's probably the hardware acceleration in Chromium just dying on me. Well, this is ARM, so I think an ARM, Ronald, I think it's Chromium. All right, so we need to change that. Yeah, the hardware acceleration is definitely causing issues. So let's go into our config. Let's see if we can't find this in Chromium. Where would that be? Maybe 100 defaults. If I was a code person, probably toss it into preferences, maybe. All right. What hardware acceleration? Acceleration? Maybe Excel? No. Maybe GPU? Nope. Nope. All right. Where would that be? Where would that be? All right, we'll try the disable GPU from command line. That did not work. So Chromium disable GPU, no go. Maybe super user, let's see. No. All right, let's try Firefox. Yeah, you can't run Chromium as root. Probably for the best. All right. Firefox ESR, here we go. Says only 2 packages for Firefox. That sounds off. Oh, but maybe it's a... I don't know. No, sandbox is actually not what I wanted. It was just saying you want sandbox mode running if you're going to run as root. You can run Chromium as root if you add the sandbox toggle. But whatever. It's like I said, not that big deal. So let's try Firefox. Well, Firefox just works. Why fight? Why fight it if it just works? Let's purge old Chromium. Goodbye, Chromium. You sucked. More than Firefox, apparently. Alright. Keep that clear. We're good. We do still want to do like an apt list, grab Meslo. See if Meslo's in the packages. It'd be cool if Meslo fonts were. Yeah, they're not though. So we'll come over to Nerd Fonts now. Meslo. Moving on. Meslo, Nerd Fonts. Nerd Fonts. Font download. Meslo. It's going pretty quick, I gotta say. It's snappy. Where's my Meslo fonts? Am I saying it wrong? Yeah, there's Meslo. Is that a picture or something? There's Fire a Code Nerd Fonts too. Usually I grab Fire a Code and Meslo. So usually I grab this one and save. And then I usually grab Meslo. I love both these nerd fonts. Now I did install Fire Code through the package manager, so maybe just Meslo, and it should be good. Let's come into downloads. Okay. Sudo apt install unzip. Unzip's already there. Let's go ahead and clean up some of these old packages left behind. Yeah, these are, I think this is Raspberry Pi repos, actually, Sparky. Let's see. Nope, these are Debian. Yeah, these are all straight. They're direct from the source, Debian. Huh. I thought this would be Raspbian. Well, it seems to be working really well. I was using the Pi Imager to do it, so that's kind of shocking that these are the default Debian. I mean, Debian's always super solid. Sometimes the only complaint I ever have about Debian is it's just some of the packages are a little dated. And I'm like, I wish this was newer. But everything always works, which is nice. Obviously, this whole stream has been things not working and then switching to Debian and then them working. All right, let's do an unzip of Meslo. Is it -D for the extract to directory? Can't remember the destination for unzip. Oh, -D. Dir. Okay. So let's make the directory for .fonts, and then we're gonna just do an unzip of Meslo, and we're gonna go -D .fonts. Toss that in there. FC cache VF. Verbose font cache reload. And does kitty work now? Something else is going on with my kitty config. Sad face. Alright, then let's reload polybar. Let's see if that fixes anything there. No. Nothing got fixed there either. Well. Huh. Unfortunate. So, I don't think any of those worked, and I think we might need to reboot. I feel like it's still missing something, though. Let's reboot. Can't remember, though. Now, I used ... to go to the subdirectory. It looked like it was in the downloads directory, but it should have been in the home directory. We can double check, though. We can do an FC list, verify that Meslo and other fonts are there from our home directory. Oh, Peter. Yeah. Probably for the best. Yeah, don't be an idiot. Sometimes it's just fun to try things and figure out why they are the way they are. You know, the little things. So Meslo loaded. It is in the home folder fonts there. So if you were worried about that, it's grabbing them. Why is Kitty not working though? That's the weird thing. Can't use both macOS title bar with background opacity. Oh, there's no compositor. No wonder. Okay, that's why Kitty's not working. Did I not get PyCom? I didn't install PyCom. We need compositing. Otherwise, things look like bleh, garbage. I bet Kitty works now. No? Probably because you gotta go PyCom ampersand. What about now? GLX bad, FB, frame buffer config, GLFX, temp window. This usually happens. Oh, Kitty requires working OpenGL 3.3 drivers. Oh, this is weird. Maybe I'm missing a package. What OpenGL you think it would be? Maybe just lib OpenGL-dev. That's just manuals. I mean, guess we can grab that. This is probably why Chrome didn't work either. Agreed. Mesa dev. Okay, Aurora says Mesa dev is what we're missing. Yeah, Kitty is GPU accelerated. That makes sense. Sudo apt list mesa -dev. Let's see what packages we have on Arch. We don't have any Mesa dev packages on Arch. What Mesa packages do we have? Oh, wait a second. Let's grep Mesa dev. That might help. Okay, we have no Mesa devs installed. So, Aurora might be correct here. libgl1, libgl1 Mesa dev. So Aurora says grab this package. And this is probably what was going on with Chromium. Makes me wonder what YouTube would look like on this. Because usually Pies, when you play YouTube, it's like super janky. What's Kitty look like? Still running into that, but it could require a reboot too. Install 3090. Thanks, Sweaty Zombie. Love your name, by the way. Yeah. Could be PyCom config. Let's take a look, because I think we have no OpenGL. Render. Everything's X render. I thought it was GLX, but it's not. X render is fine. All right. That's not it. What about X11? You think there's X11 Mesa? Let's just look at grep Mesa. I feel like there's like an X11 driver that we could grab. Maybe the OpenCL ICD driver. I feel like there's just something I'm missing here. But it could also be a limitation of the Pi on this. I kind of want to grab this one right there, Mesa OpenCL ICD. I think that would be it. We already grabbed libgl Mesa, I believe, up here. We have the right here and right here. We have those Mesa drivers. We don't have Mesa GLX, but I feel like if we just do like a sudo apt install and just toss that in there, we should have a little bit better working. I don't know though. That's saying GLX. So maybe it is. Maybe it is the Mesa GLX. Just installing random packages at this point. Yeah, let's reboot after this. Alright, reboot. Oh, also, you know, let's actually install the auto login for, so I don't have to log in every time. Vim. I think we grab auto login user, auto login session, BSPWM. I feel like this auto login session shouldn't even be there though. I feel like you can do the session like the default session, I think, guest session. Yeah, maybe that is it. But this, I feel like, should just be BSPWM right here. This is commented out, so I just kind of tossed it in there. I'm pretty sure that should do it. But I could be wrong. I feel like something's missing. What is that Vulkan? Tools? OpenCL tools? What has GLX info on it? Alright, let's reboot in that meantime. I'll read chat. Yeah, we might switch to PyCom over to GLX. That's a good one. Messy utils. Would grab that. Okay. What's Kitty give me? Yeah, it still gives me that GLX error. Requires working OpenGL 3.3 drivers. Let's do a list grep mesa util. What does that give me? Utils. Oops. Okay. So this is what we have for this. Let's blow that up a little bit so you guys can see. We are rocking that. Broadcom. So we're running 3.1 and I think we need to be 3.3. Dude. It's limited to GL 3.1, as everyone's saying. Okay. So if we do, let's see if we can override it like Aurora said. Just do mesa underscore GL version. Override equals 3.3 kitty. That works. Does it? Does it work? Oh, maybe not. No. No. I like kitty. Give me my terminal. Ah, so close, man. So close. Yep, it definitely needs 3.3. Sad face. All right, so we do need to check. That does make me wonder about Chromium. Maybe Chromium was a driver-based issue. I'm gonna reinstall Chromium. The only reason I like Chromium is when you go to YouTube, it does seem to work better in Chromium. But if it doesn't launch, then that's no good either. Compile it. Yeah, I could. I think Alacrity, which I think Kitty is based heavily on, might work as well. Vivaldi has a Pi-specific version. Ooh, that'd be almost interesting. RPi Chromium mods. What is in... What kind of tools you think have RPi associated with them in the Debian? Oh. That's everything. Okay. RPi dash. Let's let's limit that search down. Okay. Okay. Here's what we have. This is interesting. So we have Chromium mods -HS. We have Chromium mods right here. We have RPi EEPROM right here. Imager and update. Okay. So there are some Chromium mods that happen for RPi. Let's just do mods, not... These are conflicting packages that I'm trying to install together. That's never a good idea. Let's just grab the regular mods. And I think I'm going to just grab Terminator. I used Terminator for the longest time, and I always liked Terminator. It has a good interface. But since we already have this, let's see, what kind of preferences can we do here? We might be able to just take this. Let's just increase that to 16. Do that. Background. Transparent. Let's give a little more transparency. Yeah. That's good. I think we'll just mod XFCEs. If we can get rid of that title. That's the big thing. No title bar. This right here is just unacceptable. Text blinks, turn. Nope. Nope. And this should be Meslo fonts. Regular. Nerd font, please. Yeah. Now we're talking. Ah, okay, there we go. Much better. All right, cool. This is acceptable. LibLGL always. Ooh, okay. That's a different one. So if we go environment, libgl underscore always, software equals 1, kitty. Oh. Shark tooth clutch. Where's my highlight command? That right there. That was a winner. Yeah. Yes. Nice. Shark tooth. Clutch. We've had some really good comments in chat today. So, let's just make that permanent because I still like Kitty the best. It's just XFCE4 is not that bad though, but we'll use it as a fallback. So I think what we'll do is we're just gonna edit the etc environment file, and then I think we're just gonna go libgl underscore always underscore. What if can I do this from a system level like this? Is this gonna mess stuff up? Just asking. So if you always force libgl in the environment file, maybe. And we gotta fix the LL. We gotta fix the LL. Oh my gosh. Can we fix that real fast? Oh, history file size too. Let's append that. Make that 10,000 instead of 1,000. Make an alias. Okay. It's probably a wise idea. Putting in the environment file, not recommended. And grab these. Oh, that's beautiful. We're looking good now. So I said make an alias. Do not put that in etc environment. You probably should have just watched me blow up my system. You're just too nice. We got that. We got our terminal, kinda, except it's a little slow. Kitty. How do I want to approach that? Probably change the default. I don't think we even need to do an alias. I think we can just go cd user share. Can we do Kitty applications? Is Kitty in here? Kitty desktop. So on execute, I think we can just edit the file itself right here and just do a environment lib gl underscore always underscore software equals 1 kitty. And then execute down here, same thing. I think that would be a little bit more tactful than just doing alias. Or maybe not. I don't know. I feel like editing it there because I usually launch it through the start menu, but there are times where I don't. So I just want to think about that. Ah, crap. Oh, man. All right. Forcing the overwrite. What was that? Colon. Oh, man. I totally forgot how to override that. Editing the etc kitty would work as well. I don't think that's gonna work, guys. I think just a write queue. I don't think that's gonna work because you gotta elevate to sudo because I'm in user share applications and I launched it like a big dummy and did my edits without doing super user first. So you actually have to do like a colon. And then you T it. I can't remember the exact command. Yeah. Well, like if you did this in Nano, you couldn't write out anyways because it's not run in super user mode. So I launched into this without using super user mode, so I'm going to lose my edits if I quit out. Or I could do it this way, which let's come to a different desktop. Firefox. Did Firefox launch it? Okay. A little slow there, Firefox. Oh, did we even see if Chromium worked? Oops. Ah. Hey, Chrome works now. Okay, cool. So save vim sudo. I think it was that. I can't remember the full command. So I think you're in it. You don't have the privileges. Yeah, here it is. I can never remember this. I don't know why I keep forgetting it. I've already forgotten it. Yes, okay. Jeez. Yeah, okay, cool. It wrote. Yeah, so anyways, you write out, but before you write out, it executes the command sudo t, which just reads the entire file. Percent is all the text in the file, and then it writes it on quit. So a neat little hacky way around. If you ever forget to do sudo, you do a ton of edits in Vim, and then you're like, oh crap, I'm gonna lose all my edits. That's something I do often, which is kind of dumb. But there you go. Yeah. Sharktooth nailed it again. Oh, so did Mark. You can see the Vim users in chat. Yeah, you use Vim. Probably more than me. Alright. So we have Kitty here done. Someone actually said go to ETC, though. When we're in ETC, and let's say we do a sudo vim kitty. Kitty's not even a file in here, is it? Where is the kitty executable? Is it user? Oh, maybe. Oh, I'm in ETC. Oops. Probably bin is what you meant. Oh, that's the executable. Nope. Alright. Never mind. Disregard. I don't know where I was going there. Oh, no. What happened to screen share? Maybe plug it in, plug it back out. Screen share. No. Come on, get back. There we go. There we go. The old plug it out, plug it back in. Old reboot command. It still works. It might have overheated. The capture card's seen a lot of damage over the years. Okay. So, when I launch into Kitty using that's not going to work either. One more thing, one other place we need to fix it is my hotkey. And now, if I go Super X maybe? No. Oh, maybe I need to relaunch BSPWM. Okay, well, whatever. We're gonna fix the polybar. I'm pretty sure that'll fix Kitty. If not, I'll readjust things. But we got the solution for Kitty with that nice Sharktooth example up on the screen. Next up, let's look at polybar. It looks a little jank up there, doesn't it? So let's go into polybar. What's our config look like? So we have the shades function. Looking at this, let's come down. All right, so we do have the proper icons. I ran into the same issue. I keep running into this issue when I'm reloading this. It's not grabbing the proper icons on load. It's somehow getting superseded or something. The icons exist. It's reading them in Vim, so therefore it should read them in the actual file system itself, but it's not. So that might actually be more of like an LX appearance. Let's install LX appearance and clean up some of this. Maybe like a system font, because the terminal is using Meslo by default. So if terminal is using Meslo, if I switch maybe the default font for the system over, I don't know. What would cause that? Let's fix this. I do need to grab a Nordic. I guess we'll grab odd. We'll use just that one for now, so I don't blind people. We do need to get Papyrus too, which that's not on here. Where's that at? Let's just do apt list grep. I think that's an official Debian repos now. Yeah, it is. Let's grab this icon theme. I love this icon theme. So good. I need to figure out how many packages we're up to. We're pretty close to complete. We could remove some stuff and cull it back down, but we'll see. Oh, the Teledark icon theme. That's also a really good one, Aurora. Agreed. Mouse cursor. Definitely need to change that. Anti-aliasings. Other. Font. One thing that's bothering me is that Alright. How's Thunar look now? Alright, Thunar looks pretty decent. We've got a pretty good theme going on. Just this icon. Why? Why is that? Let's launch from terminal and do a launch of... We'll do a launch of Polybar. Let's see what verbose output gives us. Launch. Usually when you launch this, dropping unmatched, so it's not grabbing these characters. So it's grabbing fire a code from user share. Font awesome is also grabbed here. I'm thinking maybe the fire a code from nerd font is where some of this is coming from. That's my thought process, because these should be loaded fine once things aren't there, but I think something's catching this. I think deregistering fire a code. Let's quit out of here, and then let's relaunch. Let's do an FC list. I remember I've run into this problem multiple times now, and I'm just like determined to find the answer. Where are these fonts? And they're all right here. But if we look in dot fonts, I think it was, you'll notice there's fire a mono. These aren't even loaded. So I think what we do, sudo apt list -- installed grep fira. Let's purge this. I think these are just old and they're messing me up. Let's purge all that. Okay. Then if we look again, let's do a FC cache. Force reload. And I'm looking for like a home folder with dot fonts in it. New cache, 20 fonts. And we do FC list again and grep Fira. I get nothing. Yeah, where is Fira? You should see... well, you should see him right here. So this is Fira loaded. What if we do this? Let's just launch Thunar from here. What if we grab this, open with Font Manager? It shows it's installed. It's installed. And if we do a reload, yeah, you can see that the actual bar up there changed because it's definitely getting a different font family. But I don't think it's actually grabbing these fonts and utilizing them. Possibly a full reboot. Let's I don't think that's going to solve our problem, but it'll get us closer. Well, I just pulled up Font Manager, Evelyn, and I looked, and it looks installed. Yeah, I'm still running into the same issue, though. Alright, take it easy, Shark Tooth. Oh, man. That is crazy. So close. So close on this one. I'm missing a file here, though. Let's go Chromium. And also, I just kind of want to check real fast. Ooh. Oops. Wow. Launched everything all at once. Let's come back over to here. So right now, this is our current situation. We're at about 1,000 packages, about 50% of what the official Raspberry Pi packages are. We're utilizing about 500 megs of memory, which is considerably less than what we have. We already, with 500 megs of memory, look, we already have another Chromium browser open in the other screen. So we're doing really well with our memory usage. And a lot of the modifications made here. The big thing is my darn fonts again. I swear I've gone through 3 streams and I run into the same problem in each one of the streams. Let's go to github.com. I wanted to check something. Yeah, changing system font at LX appearance. Maybe that's messing with stuff. Agreed. Let's go. Fedora, Titus. I forget, did I have anything in my README? I don't think I did. I didn't put anything there. I think in Debian Titus, though, I did have some stuff because I ran the same issue over there, too. So let's look at that repo real quick. And also, I did want to check real fast what's YouTube look like on here. YouTube's always a little dicey on a Pi. Yeah. Now I think we... a little bit chunky. Looks like it's downscaling it to 480. It's interesting. Yeah. That is not great. Buffer health looks rough. Okay. Yeah, that's about what I expected from the Pi. They always do a terrible job with video. Just the limitation of the Pi, I guess. I mean, it works, but it's not great. Max headroom. Yeah, I did like that earlier suggestion someone made about LX appearance, though. I don't remember. Okay, sans font. I think we could do a Meslo font here. Maybe even fire a code, because Meslo nerd font regular is fine, but fire mono nerd font, really like it as well. It's a little bit too hackerish for me, though. So I think probably go with a Meslo. Just a Meslo LG. LGS nerd font. I think right there would probably be the way to go. Yeah, it's nice, concise, clean. I think we'll do that. Apply, close, relaunch. What's that look like? Still nothing. Rough. Yeah, kind of, Renault. I'm looking at this right now. This is kind of like the first draft of it. You're kind of seeing me brainstorm a Pi config. I'll probably create like an image of this afterwards. I did something called Titus Pi a long time ago using Awesome Window Manager, but I'm gonna replace it with this because this is cleaner. It's also a lot less minimal too. But I just missing one thing here. I swear it's a font that I'm missing. Let's take a look at that polybar one more time. There is a font that I have to be missing. Although it shows it. So there's Fira code. Font's awesome. I got an idea. FC list rep Fira. So it's definitely missing this code now. I have to do install fonts Fira code. I think what's happening is I mislabeled the actual font because I've switched between distros so many times that the font changes ever so slightly, and I can use FC list to maybe match up my fonts over here just to make sure it's grabbing the right fonts. So if we do a FC-list again, grep Fira, now we have Fira code, just like that. So this is what this should look like. It grabs it. I don't think that was it, but what I do think is my font's awesome. Let's look at awesome. My font's awesome is off. See these fonts awesome, free solid brands. I think all these are wrong. From looking at this, I think the whole issue all along was, I'm going to delete these. And then I'm going to take font awesome right here. Copy it. Come into here. Paste it correctly, prefer. And then I'm going to match up each one of these fonts according to FC list. So let's do FC list again. I'm going to make sure that Fire Code is properly listed as Fire Code Nerd Font Mono. So Fire Code, Fire Mono. I don't see a Fire Code. See, these are incorrect as well. So I think I'm matching up the incorrect listing from here. And that's what's causing all this to happen in the first place. Out of all these live streams and stuff I'm doing, I feel like this is my issue. Yeah, I think Evelyn, the whole font's name correctly is what's wrong with all this. After looking at this and just kind of having these issues, I'm like, you know what? I bet you I'm calling a bunch of incorrect named fonts. So, Fira Mono Regular Nerd Font Complete Mono, I bet you is what should be named. I think we grab that, and that's what it should be. And then we'll do the same thing for the emoji font, and that is Noto Color Emoji. See, that one is correct, and that's why it was catching most of it, but not all of it. I feel like this. I just cracked the code. And then a reload. Is not perfect. But that is totally what was happening. Okay. Very, very cool. So then we have our full-blown thing. And I think we end this with Moonlight. We do, I think there's Moonlight embedded. Let's see. Okay, it's not here. Sudo apt install. And I'll fix like the edges and stuff too. I'm not gonna bore you guys with that though. I'm gonna grab some remote software. Ramina is amazing. Ramina. Why can't I spell Ramina? What? Ramina? Okay, that just looked wrong. That's it. That's what I use to remote into my system. And then we could probably throw up a game on our Raspberry Pi. Just see how it plays. I don't think there is a Moonlight. I I don't think there's a moonlight in here, is there? Yeah, no, I didn't think there was. But that's okay. We can fix that. We can go moonlight. All of GitHub. We want the embedded moonlight. That's for like pies and such. NVIDIA Shield uses it. Raspberry Pi, there it is. Quick start. What do they have? Well, let's just look at the releases. The Raspbian package repository has changed since 2.41. Oh, okay. We are using a Bullseye distro. Do that. Oh, that make it easy. Yay. I could go with something easy here. Do I need to run this as sudo? Oh, I guess it self-elevates. All right. So then we got Moonlight on here. And we are changing this into a beautiful, absolutely gorgeous system. Sudo. Now we should be able to do search Moonlight. Perfect. Sudo apt install. Moonlight embedded. All right. And then we're going to need to remote into that Windows system. But we're not using RDP. B and C. We're going to load up our Windows system on our Pi, and we're using that. Don't look at that. Nothing to see here. Let's see. Is that the password? Maybe. Scale. All right, good. All right, so we have our Windows system up. So now we just take this and Moonlight. You can see we don't have very much stuff installed. Can't remember the full command. Was it? No, that wasn't it. I think we need a reboot after Moonlight gets installed. But we have it. Alright. Did we ever update? Let's make sure that it's all up to date, too. That would be bad. Let's reboot. Alright, one more reboot, and we should be in business here. Password is cake. The cake is a lie. We're getting close. So obviously where we started at this long stream, oh gosh, we're like 4.5 hours in. Where we started with this long stream was the default install of Raspberry Pi was bloated and ugly. And we went through all kinds of craziness trying to install like Fedora and ARM. What we ended up doing was just using the Raspberry Pi imager, using a server, and then just building on top of it to get a more minimal setup like this. This is still not perfect. I'm gonna make it. Still some finessing and beveling the edges and some really nice aesthetics that I can definitely improve on here. But we've got a good foundation for a really nice system using tiling and some other stuff. So we should be able to go Moonlight now. Where's Moonlight at? Yeah, I was thinking it's wrapping up, and then no. Moonlight. Does that even work? All right. We're gonna just... I'm so sick of this. We're just we're gonna pair this device. All right, we're gonna go Moonlight, pair my host, and then we're gonna go Ramina into the host, type in the code, come back here, and then we can stream to that. And we're gonna try and stream. Oh, we'll do 720. I don't want to. What do you guys think? 720, 1080. All right, but let's first see if we can pair this thing. So let's pair 192.168, and we'll hit that Moonlight system. So we need enter 0496. So let's go to a new workspace, Ramina. We're gonna remote into that system using VNC because that's already pre-set up. We'll log into that, close that, scale it, and okay, well, it failed to pair. Computer is currently in game. You must close game before pairing. Okay, let's just exit, relaunch. NVIDIA. Okay. Drivers. Probably need to update my drivers, but we're not going to do that right now. All right, let's close that. Should be running in the background somewhere, maybe. Nah, still in game. Whatever. We're going to restart that computer. Yeah, people say 720 just to see if it works. Everybody's like, man, you've run into so many problems on this stream. Yeah, some streams, like, gosh, the last couple streams I've gone on, they've worked so darn well, and it's so fast that it's been great. But not every stream's like that. This being one where things just didn't quite work all that well. Yeah, Moonlight works crazy good. Like, I've been using Moonlight so much. Like, even the times where I end up installing games on other systems, I'll still stream it from Moonlight just because I kind of like all my stuff being in one spot on one computer for my gaming. Even on, like, my Windows systems or, my, obviously if I'm on, like, Mac or something, you can't game on a Mac, so you'll remote in, or on a Linux box, or, a little Chromebook. I've put Moonlight on literally everything. It's been so fantastic. Is this thing gonna restart? What's going on? It's probably installing updates. It's Windows. We're 4.5 hours in this stream. It'll probably be like 30 more minutes. Oh, it heard me. It heard me, and it was like, oh, never mind. I'm rebooting. Oh, that's great. There it goes. I heard the beep. So this is working good. Catch it on a reboot. It might be a minute. I felt like there was maybe some updates and stuff kind of locked in on this system. Oh no. All right, well, it seemed to work. Perfect. All right, so there's that. Now let's pair 8144. Let's do 8144. Now that should be paired. Boom. We're good. So we can quit out of that, come back to here, and now we should be able to stream Moonlight. So Moonlight, stream, I think we can just do the host, like, straight up. Something like that. Failed to open ICH IQ instance. Ah, man, alright. Oh, yeah, using brew. Brew.sh. I didn't know there was a brew.sh for Linux. I've used homebrew a considerable amount in Mac. Linux brew is an extension using that same setup. Oh, jeez. All right. Oh, yeah. Let's grab that. Apt search. Lib. We're missing this. Let's find it. What package do we need? Let's grab the dev package right here. Probably used for like if we were doing controllers, like an Xbox 360 controller through here or something. We probably need this package. All right, let's see what the stream looks like now. Failed to initialize libec interface. Maybe the other package that wasn't the dev. Oh no, it grabbed those two. Well. Oh, you know what? I wiped out the video group. That's true. Yeah. How do you append the group? Isn't it like A capital G? So I think it's like sudo user mod. We're gonna do AG and then video. But before we do that, groups. All right. I wiped out all this on the other one. You probably don't need to do this because you weren't a big silly head like me and wiped all this out. For Titus. Then when you do groups. All right, well, then when you reboot. Yeah. Yeah, well, so like I didn't wipe out my primary group, so I was still in like the users group, but all the supplemental groups, because I did just a capital G, not capital or not lowercase a capital G, which means append to supplemental groups. I didn't append it. I just wiped out the supplemental groups. Like it shouldn't default to wiping out all your supplemental groups. That's just a stupid Linux thing. But whatever. It's fine. We got there. Groups. All right, cool. Video's there. So now if we do Moonlight. Also, error from right eye. New issue. Yeah, I already rebooted. I feel like there's a sound group too, guys. Aw. What's the list of all groups? What's the list of all system groups? Yeah, audio group. Jeez, really? Pseudo vigor. What is that? Oh. Well, I want basic Vim, please. Oh. Oh. This is cool. Well, you guys might not be getting much out of the stream today, but I sure as hell am. I've never used this command before. VIGR. Here, I'm gonna click on who did that. That was an amazing little command. Instead of using password WD like I've been doing, where you can break stuff, this is super cool. Where was that? I'm finding it. Yeah. Juamu. Thank you. Sounded like I just yelled at you, cursed at you or something, but that is neat. So you got like CD-ROM, floppy. Is there anything else in here we want to grab? You can just add them to the group wall within here. I'll plug dev. Probably need to put them in there. Staff, games. Ooh, Titus, sure. Users. Yeah, let's not get overboard here. Let's not get too crazy. Oh, but I think I was in here too. I remember these. Ooh, GPIO, need that. SPI, yep. Anything else? Yeah. All right. That should be good. I know everyone's cringing. I'm not reading chat. I don't care. You can definitely break stuff in there. I know. That's so cool, though. I may or may not have done that before, Sparky. I will not claim. I will not claim that at all, that I've ever done that. Change your user ID to 0. That's a good one, too. Okay, so if we type groups, that's so neat. I like it. As long as you know what group is what. Now, there was stuff in there that was not groups that you should not add yourself to. Let me just clarify. What I just did, I knew what groups I deleted, and I knew to add them back to that group. Not everyone should do that. Like, yeah, that's not like a normal thing that should be done. I should stipulate. But let's see what we get now. We're still getting the write errors. Also write error. Did we install also? Let's just do pulse audio. What's that do? Oh, wow. I think we were missing all of our packages here. I got nothing for pulse. And let's grab some Pavu control here. Interesting. Super interesting. So since we built it from a server install, there was no audio. So that makes perfect sense. Let's see what it does now. Might need a reboot. Yeah, we're gonna need a reboot. What is my max bench press? Nothing too impressive, man. Probably like 225. So, I mean, it should be more. I should be working out right now, actually. It's 1:30. I mean, I usually work out around noon. But I got to get this moonlight working. Have to. All right. Audio resync. Video packet. Perfect. Success. However, I feel like I needed to put another option in here. I feel like this should have been like a moonlight list. Max deadlift? Oh, deadlift. I don't know. I have a really bad back, so I rarely ever do a max on a deadlift. Most times, I'm doing maybe 100 pounds, just focusing on good form because I have a really bad curvature in my spine. You're missing the image. All right, let's go moonlight -- help. Let's take a peek here. We have I think we do a list. So we do action will be stream. Or no. Action actually might be, we've already paired. Probably do a stream. Then we do 720 is going to be the default. We don't need to add that. Dash app, the name of the app. So we do moonlight list. All right, so we have the list. So then we could do moonlight stream that, and then we do app. And can we just do a number? That'd be cool. Name of the app. So I'm thinking for this, what, we have Guild Wars 2 on here? What are y'all thinking for a game? Cyberpunk, okay. Cyberpunk sounds good. I don't think I've launched that in a while. Let's do that. Let's launch into just the desktop. That should give us, which it denied us because there's a space there, so we have to make sure we do our quotes. And that should give us magic on the screen. But maybe not. Well, still think it's that interface error, huh? CLEC or CX? You know, I don't even think I was using the embedded one. I got a better idea. Let's go into our Chromium. Oh, and by the way, while we're here. All right, Firefox. Get rid of old Firefox. Purge that guy out. All right, Moonlight Pie. Yeah, how to geek. Tell me how to geek. How do I do this? What's your method? Blah, blah. You could do the embedded, which is what we did. Ugh, running steam, that's gross. Yep, yep. Configuring your Pi, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I see. I think I was just doing this wrong. Okay. I gotcha. My syntax was just a bit off. No worries. So I think it's just a stream, and then you put this on the end. Put the host name all the way at the end. I think that might matter. Maybe. Maybe not. Probably not. Alright, well, worth a shot. This does... I will say this is probably the snappiest Pi experience I've ever established. Like, this does feel very, very, very good compared to most most Pis. Let's just grab their project again. Yeah, it should probably... I mean, I did pair it. So you could do it in Homebrew, embedded, into single board computers, community port. This is what we were doing. So you install it, update, upgrade. Yep, did that. Additional required setups for Raspbian Bullseye. That's what we're on. Defaults to a display driver that does not support Moonlight's renderer. Oh, wow. Okay, this is why reading is good. So it changes from VC4 KMS-V3D to VC4 KF or FKMS V3D. Okay, so you just did add an F to the KMS. Dude, okay, well that's a... okay, that's what's going on. Felt like it was something simple. Raspberry Pis have these just weird, funky things, man. DT overlay, what is it? Where is DT overlay? Do we have another read? Oh, here we go. We just go FKMS. Sudo reboot? All right, not computing. Glad you like it, man. This is made from Debian. Old Debian, the one and only. So I initially installed this using Raspberry Pi's imager, but it did not use Raspbian repositories. Everything's Debian, which is kind of surprising. Kind of cool too. So now we have that. Let's go Moonlight stream. I think we just do this. I think it's this simple and it should just work. Yeah. That's what I'm talking. That's what I'm talking about. All right. But wait. I celebrated too soon. Problem. What happened here? All right, let's see. Do I got TTY at least? No, I don't. Shoot. Ah! Ah. All right. Control Alt F1. Control Alt F1. Yeah, I got no TTY with Control Alt F1. We could do Control Alt backspace kill X server maybe? No response. Moonlight's blocking that too. Well, I think we reboot, you know? When in doubt, Control Alt K, yeah, nope. Control Alt F2, nope. Control Shift F2, nope. It is dead. It dead, Jim. All right, 1 second. Anything? Nope. All right. Well, plug that back in. Ah. Yeah, I tried Super Q as well, Sparky. It was just not happening. I blame that stupid SD card. I think what we should do, maybe next stream we'll do it. Pull. Do I have one? Oh. So, next time, what we're gonna do, I think, is grab a SSD after we get the good image. I'm gonna image it, and then we're gonna switch the Pi over to a full SSD instead of this jank SD card. Ah. All right. So there's this. Moonlight. It can't do Moonlight here. It's only CLI only. That's fine. Do I dare? Yeah, that's the thing. SD cards are just always, they always die. That's why I'm like, I think next time I show that entire process. SD cards are cool for creating like a base image, but I think when I go take this into the other room and stuff and make an entire system out of it, I'd definitely be switching to an SSD. Let's try it one more time. No, that just pretty much just that's it. It dead. Dang it. Ah, come on. All right, we're going a different route. That's okay. We'll go a different route on this one. Plot twist, remote machine is broken. Well, you might be onto something there, man. That would be hilarious. Let's double check that is not the case, right? That is not a bad thing to check. Oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. Steam. His big picture mode is what it is. What am I playing? Oh, in game, NVIDIA launcher. Force quit. Okay. That was weird. Okay. So I don't want this to launch big picture mode again. I think that's what was causing it. I think there was this weird lockup thing happening when it was launching into it. So let's launch it one more time. Okay. And then Come on! Work, damn you! No. Alright. Alright. Different tack. Different tack. Okay. We're gonna go a different route as the last of that. I think embedded is not the way to approach this. I'm totally gonna break this SD card as many hard boots as I'm doing. Yeah, so I don't have any input or input. All the input devices basically die as soon as I launch into Moonlight, and the whole system becomes unresponsive from the Pi. Yeah, Control-Alt-Shift-Q doesn't work. Like, literally nothing works. Like, you can see the cursor stuck on the screen. I think it's something with when you see it launch from terminal, you can see all the inputs not registering. So it could be some kind of permissions issue there or something in that regard. But there's a graphic element to Moonlight in here. So instead of embedded mode, let's install the other. Let's try Moonlight QT. Moonlight QT Pi. So, add DT overlay, RPY. Okay. View it on GitHub. Okay, cool. We're so close. I mean, we were right there. I think we grab that, throw that in the config file. I do want to check to see if VID Pi is there already. We already did the FKMS at the very bottom there. So, what we're going to do, we're going to make this a little easier. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's just going to tie it all together. This is going to be RPi vid. Okay, that doesn't even exist. Oh, dang it. All right, let's find DT overlay. Infrared communication, don't care about. That's that one. I think we add this entire thing right here. I think we can do two DT overlay lines. You must run Moonlight directly from the console for HEVC support to be enabled. If your Pi is set to boot to GUI, press Control-Alt-F1 to switch to TTY and run Moonlight QT there. Oh. That's interesting. So, if you run it from TTY, you shut it all down. Ooh. Man, I could make a sweet Moonlight stream PC out of this. Holy crap, that would be amazing. Oh, it makes me want to just ditch this entire desktop and just do that. Maybe I could have like a boot menu I could even make multi-partition if I wanted. But we could just do like a boot directly into it. Oh, man, that'd be sweet. Okay. So, I think we got it. And I think this would give us like some really good graphics too. I think we could go full 1080p. Because it would be literally only pushing this because it would be launching from TTY. When I did this before, I did it for Emulation Station when I was emulating like PS1 games on the Pi. But this has a little bit more power, so yeah, man, this is gonna be sweet. Let's go sudo apt install Moonlight Qt. Okay. I need to switch my mouse cursor too. But I think having 3 different designations on startup to where you could do... I mean, I could just leave it all in one go, but you lose a little performance because this other stuff would be running in the background. It's an idea. Yeah. I got it, Spark. We'll see. Yeah, the install script's kind of important. And there might be other stuff in Moonlight Qt here that Moonlight Embedded can use as well. But I think we're going to have something pretty darn cool. Because I could write like a bash startup script that says, hey, launch directly into Moonlight, launch directly into Emulation Station, or launch directly... You know, honestly, I could probably just launch into Emulation Station, because Emulation Station doesn't really... It's not really a desktop environment of any sort. Yeah, it'd be interesting. I think what I might do, though... Alright, Qt's already there. Let's go ahead and remove that stuff, right? We don't need you anymore. Let's remove some packages. Clean things up. And now, I bet you Moonlight. Yeah, Moonlight's here. Will it run? Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm liking this. Okay. Cool. Cool. Let's remote into that thing using VNC. We're over here now. Bam. It's still holding up. I mean, it's getting a little laggy with as much as I got going on, but still responsive. Now, let's give this another reboot. I guess I could just force kill all this in the background, but by the time I kill everything, it's probably easier to just reboot. There it goes. You know what we're gonna do? Instead of typing this in every time while we're waiting for the reboot, let's just hard code it in, right? And cool. Launch into that. Accept certificate. Oh, cancel. I was like, oops, my bad. Not RNC. There we go. Oh, oops. 6420. So then come back over here. Closed out of that too quick. 6420. Connect. Should unlock the system. And Bob's your uncle. Bam. Done. Now, this is it. So we could continue here doing this, but what it said for hardware acceleration with the Pi, which is a brand new thing, we go Control Alt F1, and well, let's see. Did I close out of that? Yeah, I closed out of that. So everything's closed out. We do Moonlight QT over here, and we should have. Oh crap! It's all 4K. No. Darn it. Dang. All right. Well, that was cool. Cool idea in theory. How do I quit out? All right. Well, let's just come on over to a different TTY. It locked up on me. Come on. Control Alt Q. Oh man, that's sad. What about Control Alt Q over here? That work? No, not working. What a pain. Yeah, I think there's some screen size flags. We could probably, I mean, obviously you could fix that. I'm not gonna bother. I would just wanted to see how it worked. Answer, not that well. I mean, I'm sure I could create like a little environment, get the right variables, and set everything just right. But I'm just going to try and launch it from here. Let's see what the performance is like just from within our desktop. Because honestly, the desktop really does not take up much. Like, you look at, like, if you come on over here, this is a Raspberry Pi. It's at 400 megs of usable memory. It's literally just using 400 megs. That's it. It has a full 4 gigs available to it. It's operating pretty darn clean. I think we just launch into it and call it a day. So I'm going to start the desktop. It's going to launch in, and it's not going to freeze. gonna be perfect. Okay. Okay. A little bit blurry. But that's not a problem. We could always do 1080p on the next launch. Let's go some Cyberpunk. And then let's hit play. Let's see, do we even get sound? Oh, I don't have sound hooked up. Oh well. Oh, you guys don't even see this. What's going on? Oh, what? Oh, come on. Show them the picture. Stupid. Stupid thing. Ah! Whatever. I'm gonna quit out of this in 1 second. It's responsive for me at least, which is good. And then, did this overheat? I think my stream thing overheated. Deactivate. Activate. Come on. It's literally working now. It's not showing. All right, that's okay. That's okay. I got another one. Another idea. That not show? Whatever. All right. Just bypassing it. We're going to just play it directly off the stream box. I don't care. I'm done with this thing. I'm about to throw it out the window. It's going to work. If it doesn't, I will break you over my knee, Pi. Play. Well. Oh. All right. Cyberpunk on a Pi. Here we go. Sorta. I don't think we're gonna hang any sound, so be it. Continue. We should have a pretty good experience. So what I'll do is I'll rig this up to basically get sit on the back of a little monitor, and then I'm gonna rig that monitor up so then I can just take it anywhere in the house and plug it up, and then you could play a game in bed, you could play a game anywhere, but it's not like a traditional laptop. I could just mount it to a monitor and then you get it. So there we go. Some Cyberpunk. Seems to work. Sweet. Yeah, totally playable. Sweet. I don't have any FPS counters for you guys. Sad to say. Ah, somebody ran me over. All right, cool. All right, cool. That'll work. Success. We've created that. Now, let's see if we can exit. Ah, good. Good, good, good. So we have our interface, we have our terminal, we have our browser, a couple little fine tuning that needs to happen here and there. But other than that, man, done. I'm leaving it there. That's as good as we're getting today. It is over 5 hours I've been streaming. Hope you all enjoyed this dive into making a usable Pi interface that does a lot more than just look terrible. So there we go. Cyberpunk 2077 on a Pi. We'll probably do some other stuff too. I'm trying to think of other things I really would like to push in here. Probably do like a Discord and some other things. It just depends on what's available with the ARM architecture. Using Moonlight for the game streaming though that's always a blast. No matter where I'm at, if I'm on a Mac, if I'm on Windows, or if I'm on honestly any system, it's so nice just having one system for my gaming, which is great. Wallpaper, we're gonna cover that a different day. At this point, I would probably just do this. If you like have to have wallpaper, I would just be like, hey, I would probably usually do like Faye and then like set the wallpaper and all that business. But typically I'll just grab like the variety project and then just say, grab a Bing picture for me and put it on my desktop. And I'll show you that real fast for the wallpaper. It's really easy if you ever do get into like a Linux box and you want to just use some simple wallpaper. Variety is really nice because it basically grabs your latest photo from the internet and you can kind of pick and choose what you like, which is fantastic. So we got that. Like I said, for this being a Pi, the fact it moves as quick as it does is so nice. So we have a variety now up at the top. So let's go wallpaper selector. What do we got? Let's go with cityscape maybe. It's gonna cull all that in. Maybe. Where are you going? Is it gonna stop? Maybe not. Just gonna keep going. Okay, here we go. Right there looks good. Boom. And that did not work. Maybe I need to have... Can't remember if he uses nitrogen or Faye. I think Faye should maybe... Yeah. Yeah, that worked. Yeah, nitrogen worked. We just needed something to select the wallpaper. I think the cityscape looked a little better. We got cityscape. Cityscape. Oh no! Doing this on the stream PC. There's a good bit of lag, but there you go. Little wallpaper for you. It's something. looks better than the default Pi. That's all I'm going to say. All right, y'all. Thanks so much for coming out. A blast as always. Next stream, we'll probably not dive into something this deep. This was a little bit more than I was really wanting to do today. I think I would just wanted to use the stock Pi and then like make it look pretty, but then I got into it and I'm like, this is hideous and I really hate these tools. So then I was like, let's just build from server, and then that whole thing, and then to where we were, and then I was like, oh, let's stream some games. Anyways, we're done. Later, all. Thanks for coming out, and I'll see you guys next week for the live stream. Tomorrow, I actually did an interview with Tech Lore, so that's actually going to be tomorrow's video. I'm going to get back to doing more videos, but I've just kind of been chilling out this month and doing just kind of recharging the battery, so to speak. But July, I anticipate ramping things up a bit more, getting back into a more normal schedule. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Anyways, all. Take it easy. Have a fantastic weekend, and I'll see you in the next one.